Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Looks like sound is working. Okay. Welcome, YouTube world. Waiting for everybody to come on. And I've got Control Central up here. It's a lot to juggle. All right, good morning. All right, there we are. Okay, why is that not working? Huh? Give me 1 second here, guys. Not sure why that feed is not working. Give me just a second, guys. There's always technical difficulties. I don't know why. Aha. We'll get started in just a second. I'm just trying to get my screen to work here. Okay. Okay, so let me Okay, give me a moment while I cry. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. For 1 second. I don't know what to do. All of my on-screen graphics are supposed to be on this screen so you guys can see them. I can't get anything to load.
Why you don't shut down everything and start again?
What's that?
Shut down everything and start.
Restart.
Yeah, restart it. Yeah, that's what I just did, but it didn't seem to work. So, all right, let's try it again. Please work. Please work. Please work. Please work. You know, I came in extra early, got it all set up for us. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, well, at least we have live. Okay. So, you guys online, I'm very, very, very sorry. No, I have no stream deck. You guys online, I'm very, very sorry. The sound is going to be horrible. You're not going to be able to see the camera angles because I don't know what's happening here. So, give me... I'm sorry. Okay. It's going to be a Monday. Hello. My name is Patty. I'm the flustered instructor of this. We are going to lead you through. I know you guys online can't see me. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about that. We are going to lead you through the CNA program. So we're going to discuss all about the test, what's expected on the test. You're going to learn how to be a CNA, what that means. How do we know what to do with each patient? We're going to learn how to pass the written test as well. There's a lot of content, and we're going to shove it all into 4 weeks. It's going to go very fast, very fast. I am going to talk nonstop for an hour, and I'm really going to have to condense this because 20 minutes are gone now. So I'm going to push through it. Now, unfortunately, that's what part of this was. You guys are going to get a link to the live stream to be able to review everything that we go over in class that happened while you were here. You guys are going to have to go back and watch last class's live stream for class 1 because unfortunately I am live streaming it, but we're missing half of the information here. So the live stream today won't help you a whole lot. Okay. Moving forward, I will have this fixed before Wednesday. Moving forward, if you cannot physically come to class on class days, then you can join the live stream and be able to get the same information. Now, the really cool thing about the live stream is that when you post a question, it actually shows up on my screen. So if you're at home and you're coming in through the live stream and you post a question, I'll put it up here. And Anthea is waiting on a date to take the exam. So good luck to you. We wish you all the luck. So we have a lot of really cool ways that you can access the same information without physically having to be here if you can't come for whatever reason. The other aspect of this is because it allows you to review it. And I'm going to give you a lot of information. I've taken all the notes for you. You don't even need to do that. I've done that part for you. But because I give you a lot, you're probably not going to absorb every single word I say. So going back and reviewing can be a really great way of picking up on those little morsels that maybe you missed out on the first time around. Make sense? Okay, a couple housekeeping issues very quickly. This room only has two temperatures, hot and cold. That's it. There's no real in between. The AC is running. It will get cold in a little while. There's a lot of bodies in here, so it may take a little while. You may want to consider bringing a jacket or a light sweater or something like that with you if you tend to be cold. Okay. The door usually only opens up about 10 minutes before class. So if you're an early bird, go get a cup of coffee. I won't be here. About 10 minutes before class. We will end at 1. Today, honestly, it'll probably be just a few minutes after 1. Please be patient and bear with me. I've got a lot of stuff to go over with you. Bathroom is just beyond the archway on the right-hand side. Emergency exit is out the back. Unlock the door before you go out or you won't be able to come back in. If you have to leave through the back in an emergency, don't go to the left. The left will lead you to a fence that won't help you. Go out the back and to the right to go to the side parking lot. Okay? Of course, you know about that door. You can eat and drink in this room. There's no problem with that. We will have a break. I usually give you a 15-minute break. Today, we're probably going to shorten it down to 10. So if you need to go get something to eat or drink on break, feel free to do so. If I start teaching before you come back, it's not a big deal. Just come in, have a seat. I'm not that kind of a teacher. You do not need to raise your hand to go to the bathroom, step out to take a call, or anything like that. You're an adult. Do your adult stuff. Just try to minimize the interruptions in the room. That's all I ask. Sound good? Cell phones need to be off or on vibrate because I've got a lot to say and I will get derailed. So on to class rules here. So you're going to have a lot of questions. You probably already have a lot of questions. I have been doing this for 17 years. I know what questions you have and I know when you have them. I have built them into the program. So if you have a question, jot it down. And then when I ask you, are there any questions, that's a good time to ask it. But chances are I'm probably going to answer it before I get to the part where I ask, do you have any questions? Does that make sense? So if you have a question, just so you don't forget it, jot it down. And chances are I'm probably going to answer it along the way. But if it's something important, certainly go ahead and ask if it's something that you really need the answer to right away. I like questions. It lets me know you're still awake. Okay? But chances are I'm probably going to tell you, 1 second, I've got that one coming. Okay, good? Makes sense? I'm going to make this super easy on you guys. All you have to do is stay reasonably awake and the learning will come. We're going to make this super easy. There's a lot of repetition built into the program. By class 4, you're going to be rolling your eyes at me. I guarantee it. You're just going to be like, this again? We're reviewing this again? Yes, we are. Because I want to make sure that you got it. And that's how you pass the state exam. Good? Makes sense? The more you roll your eyes, the more I know I've done my job because you got the information. But we don't want to leave anybody behind either. Sound fair? So any questions before we get started? So this flustered individual in front of you, my name is Patty. Everybody knows me as Miss Patty. Patricia Laramie is my name. I am a registered nurse. I've been teaching this class for 17 years, and I am the subject matter expert on Prometric testing. I know everything there is to know about the test. And we have instructors and evaluators and all kinds of people that call me for guidance and information on the test. I am very well recognized in that role. That helps you guys because I know exactly what's going to be on the test and I'm going to prepare you for it 100%. Don't worry about passing the test at this point. I'll tell you when you should worry, but it's not today. Okay. Good. All right, you've got some books in front of you. You've got some papers in front of you. We're going to go over that a little bit later on in the program. Before we get into that, we already went over all of this. Time to meet. Well, we're here on Mondays and Wednesdays. Please don't come on Tuesdays. Some people get that confused. They think it's Monday through Wednesday. It's not. It's Mondays and Wednesdays from 9 to 1 for 4 weeks. You can attend in person like you are. or virtually from anywhere. Practice room is available on class days. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the program. Wrap-up emails are sent after class, and you're going to get free access to the online course. Those of you in this room get free access to the online course. We'll talk about that in a little bit as well. I'll explain what that means. So this book is what we're going to primarily work out of. This is my book. You can see I wrote it. This is the book that's used by over 400 schools all across the country. It is the #2 CNA textbook in the nation. I'm on a mission to make it #1. So this is going to break all of these concepts down into very easy to understand topics. These are your notes for the class. Okay, good. So if you go in that book to page 17, this is your book. You can write in it. You can eBay it. You can color it. I don't care what you do with it. It's yours. The yellow book you will be returning on the last day of class, though. We'll talk a little bit about that after break. But you will be returning that one. So don't write in that one. The white one you can write in. The spiral one you can write in. All right. So if you look on page 17, you're going to see it talks to you about the skill rules. And this is where we're going to start class today. We have to learn what a CNA is, what they do, and how they know what to do with each patient. Right? How many of you guys think you are 100% absolutely exactly like the person sitting next to you? Yeah, you're not. You are 100% different than the person sitting next to you. In fact, you probably don't have a whole lot of overlap other than the fact that you're all sitting in a CNA class right now. You have different preferences, different likes, different dislikes. You have different ways that you do things. You have different foods that you prefer. You have different times that you like to shower. You have different ways of getting dressed. Some people put their shirt on first. Some people put their socks on first. It's okay. We all have differences. And so do your patients. So that means that we can't have a one-size-fits-all scenario that this is the way we're going to do it, this is the only way we're going to do it, and we're never going to deviate from this rule because patients are different. So we have to have a way of accommodating those differences. Does that make sense? Okay. So when I show you dressing a resident with a weak arm, or I show you range of motion, or I show you pulse, or I show you feeding a patient, right? We're going to talk about all these skills, but we need to understand that those skills are going to have some rules that must be followed, but we're also going to have to adapt it to the needs of our patient. Does that make sense? Okay. So we're going to focus on the rules that must be followed, and we're going to learn how to adapt it to the patient right now. Okay. So I'm going to show you a video on this. In this video, the notes for the video are on page 18 of your book. And you're going to hear in the video me talk about activities of daily living. This is on page 89. Again, you don't have to take notes. I'm just showing you where the notes are. Okay? So let me show you this first video. Let me see here. The Care Plan and the CNA. Why it's always about the care plan. A presentation brought to you by foryourcna.com. Thank you for joining For Your CNA's online CNA test prep. We will be preparing you for both the written and skills portion of the exam. This course contains videos, interactive lessons, activities, testing care plans, test registration instructions, practice questions, and much more. This program goes way beyond our skills videos available on YouTube. But in order to pass the test, there is one single principle that you must understand: the importance of the care plan. Without this key, learning the skills is meaningless. You might be able to mimic what I do in the skills later, but chances are you will fail the test because you didn't follow the care plan. So this course will teach you the skills, but you must first learn how those skills need to be done. So come on inside and I'll explain to you how the care plan works and why it is so important to the test. We are sure that you will become great CNAs and you will provide excellent care for our residents. But before you get started, let's review some basics. Does anyone know what the initials CNA stand for?
Certified Nursing Assistant?
That's exactly right, April. A nursing assistant is there to assist the nurse. You will be receiving all of your instructions from the nurse and must follow their directions. This will probably include taking vital signs and assisting with personal care tasks. But you may also be asked to assist with other nursing procedures as well. It is important to only do the things that you have been trained to do. If you aren't sure how to do something, ask someone for help. It's okay to not know everything. But please, don't try to do something that you aren't familiar with. It might harm the patient. In this online CNA test prep program, we're going to show you how to do all tested skills. But that is only the beginning of your education. You will learn way more on the job. Because every patient is different and will have a different way that those skills need to be done. And that's where the care plan comes in. As a CNA, you will be expected to assist our patients with many routine tasks. Generally speaking, CNAs help patients with things that they can no longer do for themselves. Things like sleeping, toileting, grooming, bathing, dressing, eating, socializing, and activities. Together, these are called the activities of daily living, or ADLs. These are things that everyone does every day for a healthy life. But not all patients will be able to do these things for themselves because of illness or injury. Sometimes people are too weak to go to the bathroom on their own or feed themselves. And that's where you come in. If a patient needs help with any of these tasks, you will be there to help them. But not all patients will need help with all tasks. This is Henry. Henry had a stroke and has right-sided paralysis. And this is Martha. She had a left hip replacement. This is Bob. He has had a recent leg amputation. And Annie has dementia. And they will all require different care. Some patients will need help brushing their teeth, but others will do that themselves. As a CNA, we will help the patients do the things that they cannot do alone. But we will let them continue to do the things for themselves that they can do.
How will I know what I'm supposed to do with each patient?
I'm so glad you asked, Cassie. As the registered nurse caring for these patients, that's my job. When a patient gets admitted to our facility, I will do a head-to-toe assessment. I will review all body systems to evaluate the patient for real problems and potential problems. This is a very long, complicated process, but here's a brief overview of a general assessment. I'm going to look at his neurological status. I'm going to look at his cardiac status and his respiratory system. I will also look at his integumentary system, which is hair, skin, and nails, and his gastrointestinal system. His urinary system is important, as is his musculoskeletal system. And then I will review his endocrine, lymphatic, and reproductive systems. And finally, I will review the doctor's orders for this patient. I will use all of this information to determine the patient's real and potential problems. Here's an example to put it into perspective. Let's say that this patient has just had a right hip replacement. Now we know that she will need to continue her activities of daily living. She still has to eat, drink, go to the bathroom, bathe, groom, and dress. And after my assessment, I know that she did all of those things herself until today. However, she cannot get out of bed for any reason for the next 3 days. So, since we know that she must stay in bed, I have to figure out how to meet all of her ADL needs. The easiest way to evaluate basic needs is using the TEAMS method: toileting, eating, ADLs, mobility, and special. As the RN, I'll take all the information I gathered during the assessment to figure out the best way to help her.
She can't get out of bed, so I have to figure out the best way to meet her elimination needs, bedpan or catheter. I also know she is at risk for constipation, since she's not moving much and she's on pain medication. This is a potential problem. She can feed herself, but the trays must be brought to her in bed. She can't sit all the way up because of surgery, but she can't eat lying flat either. She has dentures, so they must be within reach at mealtimes, and they must be cleaned daily. She's able to clean herself as long as the supplies are brought to her, but she can't reach her legs or feet, so she'll need help. She is on total bed rest for 3 days, and she also needs her dressing changed every day. You can see how the RN uses all the information available to create a plan of care specifically for this patient. This is called a care plan, and it's something that only an RN can do. Of course, this was a simplified version of the care planning process. A real patient's care plan is much more extensive. Every single aspect of her health, condition, and ability level will be evaluated in order to help her. Even the smallest decision can have long-term consequences. The RN will write a detailed care plan for the entire healthcare team to follow, and the care plan must be followed exactly.
So every patient will have a different care plan?
That's correct, Ben. Every care plan will be different because every patient will be different. Even patients that seem alike because they have a similar diagnosis or have had the same surgery may have differences in care. CNAs don't have enough education or experience to know all the differences. So as a CNA, your job is to read and follow the care plan for every individual patient. In fact, you could say that your job is to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. Do you think you can do that? Can you follow directions exactly?
I can.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yes.
Awesome. Then you're well on your way to being a great CNA. But helping patients with ADLs isn't all that you will do. You are also there to help the nurses by making observations. The CNAs are the hands and the feet of the patient. If the patient is cold and cannot reach their sweater, you will get it for them. If the patient can't brush their own teeth, then you will do that for them. If the patient can't get up to shower, then you will help them stay clean. You will become their hands and feet to help patients with things that they can't do themselves. But you are also the eyes and the ears of the healthcare team. You will report everything you see, hear, smell, or feel to the nurse. This is the most important task that you have as a CNA. If you see redness around a wound, you must report it. If you hear the patient wheezing after walking to the toilet, you must report it. If you feel that a patient's skin appears warmer than usual, you must report it. If you notice that a patient is coughing when eating, you must report it. As a CNA, you will be spending much more time with the patient than the nurse does. So you will be in a position to notice a lot more about the patient. The nurse needs this information to make decisions about the patient's care. Reporting these observations gives the nurse another assessment opportunity. That new assessment may even change the tasks you are assigned to perform. This is called the nursing process, and here's how it works. The RN assesses the patient and develops the care plan. This gives you specific tasks to do. While doing those tasks, you notice things. You report those observations to the RN, and the RN performs another assessment to review the changes in the patient. That new assessment prompts changes in the care plan, and this gives the CNA new tasks to do. And the cycle continues around and around as the patient gets better or worse. This is a continuous process until the patient is discharged.
I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying the care plan is going to change all the time?
Yes, it could, depending on the needs of the patient. Let me give you an example. The care plan told you to make an occupied bed in room 201. As you changed the sheets, you noticed that the skin on the patient's backside was red and irritated. You notified the nurse, who then reassessed the patient. The nurse decided that the patient needed to be repositioned every 2 hours around the clock. This was added to the care plan as another task for the CNA. Using this model, we can respond to the needs of the patient quickly as their needs change. But it also works for patients that are getting better too. You've been assisting Mr. Hopkins with transferring out of bed and into a chair after surgery. But you notice he isn't leaning on you any longer. You notify the nurse. The nurse reassesses the patient and decides that the patient can transfer on his own now. The care plan is changed, and this task is removed from the care plan since the patient is improving.
Doesn't this mean that I'm going to be bothering the nurse all the time? Won't they be annoyed?
The nurse should never be annoyed with you for reporting changes in the patient. They are legally liable for every aspect of that patient's care. Since the nurse requires that information to plan the patient's care, they expect to receive updates from you on the changes that you see. But how often you will have to report changes to the nurse will depend on the setting you are working in. Nursing home patients are pretty stable and don't really change all that often. That's pretty common for long-term care facilities, like nursing homes and ALFs and even home care. But in other settings, like hospitals, rehabilitation centers, and hospice, patients' health can change rapidly. In those settings, nurses and CNAs are going to work closely, and constant communication is required. Since CNAs must follow the care plan and are not allowed to alter it, they can't solve problems. The RN is ultimately legally responsible for the care of that patient. If you have information about the patient that you're not giving to the nurse, the patient can suffer, and the nurse is legally liable for that. Remember, you are an assistant. You are there to help, but the nurse is always in charge of the patient. So all changes, regardless of how minor they seem to you, must be reported to the RN. When the patient is stable, you will not have much to report. It may go days without talking to the RN. But if you notice something, then it must be reported, even if you don't think it matters. If you aren't reporting observations, the nurse can't rely on you anymore. And if the RN can't rely on you, then you aren't a good assistant to that nurse. You must report to the nurse everything you see, hear, smell, or feel. Be a good assistant and report all changes and observations. This is the most important job you have. So the care plan is developed by the RN, gives the team tasks, CNAs follow the care plan, and report changes. Let's recap what we learned today. Can you tell me how a CNA knows what each patient needs?
The care plan.
As a CNA, you follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but
The care plan.
anything unusual that you notice about the patient, you must report it to
The nurse.
Great job. For the exam, you will receive a care plan. What should you do?
Follow it exactly.
That's correct. If you don't follow the care plan, you will fail the exam. It's that simple. Now that you understand the care plan, I can show you how the skills will be done for the exam. But remember, you must always read and follow the care plan. That's a big part of the skills exam. Take the brief quiz below to make sure you understand. See you in the next lesson.
So do we know what to do with each patient? Okay. So as long as you have a care plan, that is your instruction manual. Tells you exactly what to do. So if you have a care plan, what are you going to do with it? Follow it. So let's take a look and see if we got that concept down. So this is in the notes that you guys have, this same graphic. And when you're looking at this, you'll see that the RN assesses the patient, develops a care plan. We do the tasks on the care plan, and we make observations. We report those observations to the RN. They reassess the patient. Things change. We perform the changes, and so on and so forth. So this was covered in the video pretty well. But I want to point something out that may not be all that obvious to you, okay? This is what most CNA students focus on right here. We do the tasks. We take vital signs, we make the beds, we feed the patients, we do, right? That's what most CNA students focus on, is the doing. But if you notice, that's only really a third of our job. We have 2 more steps over here that are just as important. Arguably, probably more important than the doing. Does that make sense? Okay. So while we're doing, we need to be making observations. Absolutely. And then who do we report those observations to? Because if we don't do this part, if we just focus right here, if we just do the tasks and we don't do any of this, right? Your patient's needs are not going to be met. Because people change. They change all the time. And if we don't have a mechanism in action to catch that, and this is why it's so important. Let me explain why this is so important. CNAs spend way more time with patients than nurses do. Way more time. So in order to understand this, let's talk a little bit about liability. Okay? So in a setting, a healthcare setting, you have a nurse. That nurse is 100% liable for that patient. So this person over here, I am 100% liable for everything that happens to her. So if I ask you to go do something, I'm still liable. If you decide to do something on your own, I am liable. I am the final stop in liability for this patient, not you. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Nurses are 100% liable for those patients. Now, that's a problem. Because if I'm 100% liable for these patients, no matter what anybody else is doing with them or for them or to them, then I got to really be able to trust the people I'm working with that they're going to follow my instructions and not go out there and do stuff on their own. Does that make sense? Because if you decide that a patient needs range of motion and I didn't ask you to do that, but I'm still liable for what you're doing, that can set up a really bad dynamic here. Do you guys see that? Okay, so who holds liability? The RN. So the RNs, years and years and eons ago, understanding this, okay, the RNs are like, hold up, I don't want to be liable if you are going to go out there and do something on your own that I didn't ask you to do. So that's how these things were born. So if I decide a task needs to be done, of course, the best person to do that task is me. But the problem is that I have got 8 patients and I can't possibly feed all of them and do their mouth care and bathe and dress them and do my assessments and write my care plans and go over lab values and call the doctors and do treatments and pass meds and all the other things I have to do. So I need a few helpers. I need somebody that I can point to and say, hey, you go do this on this patient this way. And I got to trust that you're going to be able to do that. That is what a CNA is. But if you're just doing the tasks and you're not telling me what you're seeing and hearing and smelling and feeling while you're doing those tasks, then ultimately I am responsible for a patient that I know nothing about. And if the patient changes and I don't catch that and something gets missed, that's on me. So these two tasks are as important, if not more important, than the doing. Because you're going to be with the patient a whole lot more. If I were doing the mouth care and the bed linen change and the bathing and the dressing, I would pick up all these changes. No problem. But I'm not. You are. Does that make sense? How many of you guys have ever heard of home health aides? You ever hear of home health aides? Right? A lot of home health aides will complain, I do the same work as a CNA and I don't get paid as much. I don't understand that. Why is that? Well, it's because the home health aides are doing this. They weren't trained to do this. They're doing this. Does that make sense? Okay. So home health aides are performing skills, for those of you who can't see us. They're performing skills. They're not trained to make observations and report them, because their patients in a home care setting are very flat, very non-changing, very consistent. So there's not much to report. Now, those same patients in a home health setting, in a home care setting, who are not consistent, they don't get a home health aide, they get a CNA, because we need those additional observation and reporting skills. Do you guys see the difference between a CNA and a home health aide? They both do the same tasks. But if we only judge by what we can see, sure, CNAs and home health aides look alike. They do the same things. What we need to understand is there's a whole nother component we can't see. Good. Does that kind of help a little bit? Make sense? Okay. All right, so if you go to page 20, we're going to do an activity together. And again, you can write in this book, not a problem. So I'm going to give you 10 minutes. Here's our timer. We're going to do 10 minutes here. I want you to answer all 8 of those questions. Go ahead and take 10 minutes and answer all 8 of those questions. When you're done with your, when you're done with the questions, just put your pen down so I know how many people still work. I got somebody bringing me a cable, so we're going to keep our fingers crossed. So those of you who are tuning in online, just be patient with us. I do have another cable coming. We might be able to make it work. So we start with this topic because about 20% of the written test is going to be on this topic. 20%. It's important. It's very important. It's also going to make up about half of your clinical skills. This one concept is going to make up about half of your clinical skills. We're going to understand that in just a few minutes, the clinical skills checklist and how the care plan plays into that. But this is a really important topic. So Adriana, if you can hear me, yes, you can. You can come into our retail store and purchase a book. Okay, while I'm waiting for you guys to finish up, let me go ahead and answer this question. Please, Miss Patty, how can I get a certificate while in Qatar? That's a great question, and we don't do certification. You would have to find out who in your country, and I'm not familiar with all the countries. Sorry, I don't know all of them, but you would have to find out who handles certification in your country. All right, so it looks like you guys are, looks like you guys are done here. Let me go back here. So let's go over these questions really quickly. And there's a couple of them here I really want to focus on. Okay, if you didn't get it done, it's not a big deal. All right, so number one, if you're looking at this care plan right here, you received the displayed care plan. How far do you want to walk this patient? 10 steps? Not until they get tired? Why? Easy answer here. Why? Right, care plan says. Any of you guys remember playing Simon Says when you were a kid?
Yes.
Right? The rules of Simon Says are easy, right? If Simon says to do something, you got to do it quick. If somebody tells you to do something, but it didn't start with Simon Says, can you do it? No, if you do it, you're out, right? Well, that's all this is. This is a giant game of Simon Says. Instead of Simon, it's the care plan. Got it? So when I ask you for the easy answer, I'm always asking for the care plan. Good? Make sense? Are you starting to see that the test can't be all that hard? They give you the answers. Okay, care plan. All right, so number two, you received the displayed care plan. What's required to assist this patient to stand? A gait belt. Can't we decide to use a walker? I mean, we're in healthcare. There's walkers laying around. Why can't we decide to use one? Easy answer, care plan, care plan. So what if, let's back this up for just a second. What if we go in to walk this patient and they're unsteady on their feet and we think this isn't safe, I think the patient really needs a walker. What would we do with that information? Tell the nurse. You see how this runs? See how this works? Because the question the nurse is going to have is, why is that patient unsteady all of a sudden? Because they weren't. I wrote the care plan. They were okay to walk with a gait belt. Now they're not. What changed? And that's the question the nurse has to find the answer to. Good? Now, if you don't tell the nurse, if you just stand that patient up with a gait belt because, hey, the care plan told me to, and you walk that patient and they fall, that's a problem. Who's that a problem for? Everybody. It's a problem for the patient. They're on the ground. It's a problem for you because you didn't report your observation, and it's definitely a problem for the nurse because they're liable. You see how we have to work together. So if you find yourself in a situation where it's you versus the nurses, the patient is always going to pay. That's never a good place for us. Does that make sense? It should never be you versus the nurse. It should be you and the nurse versus whatever's trying to kill that patient. So we talked about liability a little bit. Okay, we talked about the fact that the nurse has liability for this patient, but the nurse doesn't want liability if you're not going to do what they ask you to do. So that's where the care plan comes in. And as long as the CNA is performing the skill as directed on the care plan, you have no liability. The nurse takes all the liability. Even if the patient falls, the nurse is liable. Now, they're probably going to yell at you for not reporting observations. And you deserve that, right? Patient's on the ground. But you're not liable. Now, if you are doing things outside of that care plan, you are now liable. So if I go in and I look at, well, let's go down here real quick to number 3. You receive the displayed care plan. Which body part will you exercise? Okay, now exercise is good. We all know exercise is good. We should be getting at least 15 to 20 minutes cardio exercise every day. Clearly, I fail on that, but it's okay. We should be exercising. Exercise is good. It's good for your brain. It's good for your muscles. Your digestion depends on it. It's good for a lot of things. Now, I know exercise is good. So why can't I go in and figure out this guy is laying in a bed. He hasn't moved for like 10 forevers, Exercise is good. So I'm just going to go ahead and do range of motion everywhere. I'm going to, move his arms, move his legs, get him working a little bit because exercise is good for you. Why can't I do that? There it is. Say it again. It's not on the care plan. We don't have enough information. So this care plan tells us to do the right hip, knee, and ankle. What you don't know about that patient is they have a blood clot on the left. You go in there and start moving that left leg around, you can dislodge that clot because it's not on the care plan and kill your patient. Oops. My bad. Think the family's gonna be okay with that? Patient's fine. They don't know. They're gone. Okay. You think the family's gonna be okay with that?
Oh.
No. So we need to understand that this system is in place. Okay. We have to understand that this system is in place for the well-being of the patient. Yes, it helps reduce the nurse's liability as well, yes, but it's really there for the well-being of the patient because as a CNA, we don't have the whole story. You're going to know what you need to do with the patient, but you're not always going to know why. We don't need to know why. If you want to know why, go to nursing school, and then you'll get the whole story. Does that make sense? Because they have found the more of the story you know, the more you're likely to try to make decisions. Good? So if you always remember, the one key thing that I need you to understand, if you always remember that you don't have the whole story and that there's big gaps in the story, you're less likely to make a decision. You'll send that information to the nurse who has the story. Good? Does that make sense? All right, so let's go down here to number 7. Number 7 says you receive the displayed care plan. What vital signs are you required to obtain? The pulse. Okay, the radial pulse. Since we're in there, why don't we do all of them? Not on the care plan. Now, this is important because you are going to have way too much to do and not nearly enough time to do it. You want to stick to the care plan and not invent new tasks for yourself to do. In a normal 12-hour shift, okay, a normal 12-hour shift, if you have 10 patients to care for, which is nothing really for a CNA, you have 10 patients to care for, and you spend in a 12-hour shift an extra 3 minutes with each one of those patients. 3 minutes, that's it. Just an extra 10 seconds here, 15 seconds there, 30 seconds there. It adds up. So 3 minutes in a 12-hour shift, not hard to do, right? If you do that for all 10 of your patients, that is where your break went. CNAs all over the place will complain, I didn't get lunch today. I didn't get a break. And it's because they invented things for themselves to do. Don't invent. You got enough. We stick to the care plan. Now, the care plan can be written. It can also be verbal. I can ask you, what's your name?
Jada.
Jada? I can ask you, Jada, can you please go do range of motion on the right hip, knee, and ankle for me in that, that room? And you can say yes, because we are partners. You can take verbal care plans. It doesn't have to be written. It's okay. Make sense? But most of the time, they're going to be written down somewhere just for consistency's sake. Because if you're working day shift and you're working night shift and you're working tomorrow day shift, I need to make sure all of you guys know what's happening here. Have you ever played that game Telephone where I whisper something to you and you tell her and it gets all the way around the room? What happens when it gets over here? Completely different story. So it helps if it's written, but it doesn't have to be. Good. How many of you guys know somebody in healthcare? Yeah, most people. Okay. If you go home and you ask your somebody, whoever's in healthcare, your somebody, hey, how long do you count for a pulse? Almost every single one of them will tell you one of two answers. They will tell you, oh, we don't count pulse anymore. We use one of these things. This is a pulse ox. Looks like a little clothespin. You put it on a finger, you press a button, and it gives you your pulse. It's a great invention. I love these things. Amazing. Okay. Amazing. And right now, my pulse is 73. Not bad. You are a lifesaver. I'll take it. Thank you.
Not a problem.
If you need anything else, let me know.
Thank you. So they'll tell you to use one of these guys. Okay. Now, if we don't have one of these guys, they'll tell you, oh, yeah, we count for 15 seconds and you multiply that by 4. That's how you take a pulse. Go on to YouTube. Almost all of the videos on YouTube for pulse will tell you to count for 15 seconds, multiply that by 4. And that is perfectly okay. Perfectly okay. Unless the care plan tells us otherwise. Now, what does this care plan tell us to do? 1 full minute. So if you count for 15 seconds and multiply that by 4, did you follow the care plan? So what do you think that's going to do to your score on the state exam if you don't follow the care plan? How important is care plan? Very important. If you're not following it, you will fail. Starting to see?
Yes.
Pretty easy, right? So for the test, they're going to give you a care plan, and what do? Follow it. So how hard can this be? All right, still not working. Okay, I'll troubleshoot that later. Okay, so wouldn't it be nice if you know that for the state exam, you're going to have a care plan, right? And you're going to have to follow that care plan. Wouldn't it be nice to actually see the care plans before you get to the test? Wouldn't that be sweet? Right? Well, there's 4 of them. These are the actual testing care plans. The real ones, the actual ones that you're going to get one of those. But those are only 4. We actually have a whole lot more that we have to learn. So if you go to page 25 in your book, turn to page 25 in your book, you'll actually see all of the care plan sets that they use for Prometric testing. Now, each of these care plan sets follows a very specific formula. Each one of these has one documentation skill. So a documentation skill would be like pulse or respirations or feeding or drainage mat. So you will get everybody gets one documentation skill. You also will have an ADL skill. Remember we talked about ADLs, right? Activities of daily living, things you do for yourselves every day. And you'll get one mobility skill. Mobility skill would be like range of motion exercises, or ambulate, or transfer, or turn a patient over in bed. Something that involves moving the patient in some way. So you're going to get one mobility skill, one ADL skill, and one documentation skill for the exam. Everybody does that. Everybody gets one out of each of those categories. But they made them up into these sets, these care plan sets. Okay, good. Questions? So during the exam, when you go take your test, the computer is going to pick a skill set for you. So give me a number 1 to 11. 11. So when I go to test, the computer randomly picks skill set 11 for me, which is right here. And this is what you would get on the state exam. It's yellow paper, just like this. Mine's prettier. They just put more art on there. And they're going to give you a time. They're going to say, this is your skill set. You have 34 minutes to perform this skill set. Okay, good. Now, they don't even trust that you know how to read, so they're going to read it to you. And then once they read it to you, they're going to hand it to you, and that is yours throughout the entire skill, throughout the entire test. So remember, we're graded on following the care plan. Well, they read it to you. You read it to yourself, but do you really think you're going to remember every word that's on here when you're testing and you're stressed? Probably not. So you can go back and look at this at any time. You can stop in the middle of a skill. Go, hold on, I'll be right back. And go look at this care plan to make sure you're doing it right. And I would suggest you do that. Okay, make sure you're looking at this so that you know what's expected, because that's what we're being graded on, is following the care plan. Good. I have these up here. You can always take a look at them. They're here for you. All right, so if you look on page 27 in your book, or I'm sorry, 22 in your book, this is what defines our scope of practice. So our scope of practice is defined by a CNA's following the care plan and reporting anything that they observe to the nurse. That is our scope of practice. Now, scope of practice means legally what you're allowed to do in a certain setting. Notice I did not say anything about specific skills. Okay. CNAs can only perform the skills that they have been trained to do that are on the care plan, and report all observations to the nurse. That's our scope of practice. So a lot of times you'll hear things like, yeah, CNAs can't do that. It's not in their scope of practice when it's a skill. Like CNAs can't take a catheter out. It's not in their scope of practice. Did I say anything about skills in that scope of practice? No, the only thing I said is you can only perform skills you have been trained to do. There's a difference there, okay? What I mean by that is that when you're performing skills in a clinical setting, you're going to perform a very specialized set of skills that's relevant to that setting only. If you're working in assisted living facilities, you're going to get really, really good at feeding patients. You know, maybe helping them get dressed and brush their teeth, right? If you're working in a nursing home, you're going to get really, really good at turning patients every 2 hours around the clock. Changing occupied beds, because most of our nursing home patients don't get up all that much. If you're working in a mother-baby unit of a hospital, you're not going to need any of those skills. None of them. We don't brush mama's teeth. Mama can brush her own. But we're going to get really good at swaddling babies. Really good at swaddling babies. Okay. So the setting that you're in is going to determine the skill set that you're going to need. But when we're talking about the scope of practice, there's in Florida, there are no skills that are excluded or included. It's whatever you have been trained to do. Now, other states have other rules and other laws. So this changes a little bit in other states. Some states don't let CNAs take vital signs. That's kind of crazy. Some states don't let CNAs do anything with catheters. But here in Florida, which is where we are based, there are no skills exclusions. You can be trained to do what needs to be done in that setting. Now, there are some exceptions to that. Because whatever you're trained to do, who holds the liability? The RN. So the RN is liable. So if the RN does not think that they want to accept liability, I don't know you. What's your name? Jamar. I don't know you, Jamar. I'm sure you're a perfectly lovely person, but I don't know you. And I am not going to put my license on the line and ask you to put a catheter in. Right? Even if you've been trained to do it, I'm still liable. Got it? Starting to see the picture here. Okay. So the other issue is lawsuits. So there's liability and then there's lawsuits. So if somebody is going to file a lawsuit because of a bad procedure, something went wrong or whatever, they're not going to sue the CNA. You guys don't have anything. I mean, really, what are we going to get out of you, right? You barely make more than minimum wage. We're not even going to sue the nurse because really, that's still small potatoes. Who do you think we're going to sue? The facility. The facility has the deep pockets. Okay. So if we're going to sue anybody, it's going to be the facility because I want money and my lawyer definitely wants money. So they're going to go after the facility, right? So because of that, the facility at the facility level is going to dictate what skills can and cannot be delegated to CNAs. Got it? You see how all of that works? So in order for us to understand what we can and cannot do, we have to look first at our state statutes. What does our state say is excluded? Then we have to look at our employer. What do they say we can and cannot do? Then we have to look at the nurse. What are they willing to accept liability for? And then we finally get down to us and are we trained? Good? Makes sense? So if somebody asks you to do something that you haven't been trained to do, you need to tell them, hey, I haven't been trained to do that, but I'm willing to learn. Training does not have to be done in a classroom, does not have to be formal. I can take you to the bedside, show you how to do something, watch you do it, and then maybe watch one more time to make sure that you're on a good track, and then you have now been trained. Doesn't have to be in a classroom. Doesn't have to be formal. Okay. Make sense? You guys kind of get the scope of practice thing? You will have a question on the state exam about scope of practice. They want to make sure that you understand your role in here. And the question will probably be something like, you are asked to remove a catheter from a patient that's getting ready to be discharged. You have not been trained to do that task. What is an appropriate action? A, watch a YouTube video to learn how. B, ask another CNA to do the skill. C, notify the nurse that you have not been trained to do that skill. Or D, report your nurse to the Board of Nursing for incompetence. C. Yeah. Be surprised at how many people pick D. All right, so page 22 is going to talk to you all about the scope of practice. But let me explain to you why this is kind of important. I'm going to give you a real world example here. So we had a situation years and years and years ago where a CNA was working on a hallway with a lot of diabetic patients. And these diabetic patients were brittle. Now, brittle means that their blood sugar values fluctuate all over the place. No real rhyme or reason to it. They can be high, they can be low, they can be in the middle. They just kind of go however they want to go, right? So they require a lot of monitoring and a lot of intervention. So this one CNA is working in the hallway, and this one patient would get pale and sweaty and dizzy and just not feel good, not look good. And the CNA would go to the nurse and say, hey, Henry's doing his thing again. And the nurse would dump some sugar in some orange juice and take it to the patient. They drank it and got better. This went on 4 months. Patient would have symptoms. The CNA would report the symptoms. The nurse would give the patient some glucose, and the patient always responded. Well, on this particular day, that nurse was out. There was a substitute nurse who was actually on lunch, and the other covering nurse on a different hallway was in the middle of an emergency. So the CNA sees the patient, pale, sweaty, dizzy, all the symptoms, and the CNA doesn't really have a nurse to get right now and wants to help protect the patient. So she goes and grabs some orange juice and dumps some sugar into it and gave it to the patient. What she had seen that nurse do, all the time. She was just trying to help. It wasn't on the care plan. She gave that orange juice to the patient. Within 24 hours, patient was within about 12 hours, patient was in the hospital. Within 3 days, they were dead. And all the nurse was trying to do was help. I mean, she did the same thing that the nurse did. Why did I get a different result? What happened here? What's going on? So what we need to understand is that there was a piece of the puzzle that the CNA was missing. When the CNA came to the nurse and said, the patient is having symptoms, the patient was actually wearing a blood glucose monitor and a continuous blood glucose monitor. And it was one of the very first times that this had been used because the patient was very diabetic. And when the nurse got the information, the patient's acting really funny, the nurse would go look at the patient's blood sugar. It was low. So she would give him glucose to prop that sugar back up. The CNA didn't know that. The symptoms of low blood sugar and high blood sugar can look very, very much alike. So the CNA was doing what she saw the nurse do without understanding the other actions that came before it because she never saw those. And she killed the patient. This has real world significance. Now, I feel horrible for this CNA because all she was really trying to do was help. I feel horrible. But ultimately, she was outside of her scope of practice. And it cost the patient their life. So when I say this is important, I mean it is life and death important. Does that make sense?
What happened to the CNA?
What's that?
What happened to the CNA?
Yeah.
She got reprimanded. I don't know. I don't think any punitive action was taken against her. Like she wasn't locked up or anything like that, but she definitely had some disciplinary action by the Board of Nursing. I don't know what happened. I believe she got out of healthcare altogether. I don't know whether that was a choice, but I never followed up on that aspect of it. Yeah. So it's pretty sad. You guys are working hard to get into healthcare. I mean, you're going to be here for 4 weeks. You're going to do homework. Oh, I haven't even told you about that yet. Right? You're going to work hard at this. You're going to take a test and you're going to get certified. And you're going to work hard at that too. And then you're going to get out there in the field and you're going to work hard in the field. You don't want to do something to jeopardize all of that. So make sure you truly understand your scope of practice before you ever put a hand on a patient, because that's what's going to protect you and your time and money investment. But it's also going to protect the patient at the end of the day, which is what I'm really concerned about, because someday I'm going to be the body in the bed.
Somebody gonna put you in a home.
Well, I could be in a hospital. Yeah. I hope nobody puts me in a home, but you never know. You never know. I'll tell you about a sad story about that, right? Most of you guys are really young, right? No, you're good. You're good. But this is important. This is important because we tend to think about what we do as CNAs as being done on old people. And part of that is because we're in Florida and all the old people are here. Right? They're all here. So we tend to think about healthcare as something that we do on old people, right? That's not necessarily the case. Has anyone seen these motorcycle riders in 19 that go about 100 miles an hour on a motorcycle, right?
Every month you find an accident.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So one of these guys, this is probably 20 something years ago, on a motorcycle, this guy was without a helmet. At least some of these guys wear helmets, which is nice, but this guy was without a helmet. And he had an incident. He was going way too fast, and an animal or something, or a rock or something was in the road and caused him to lose control of the bike. And he went flying and hit a tree head first. And he ended up with a broken neck, was paralyzed from the neck down, and a closed head injury. And at 19, 20, something like that, very, very young, he was now in a nursing home for the rest of his life. So we tend to think of healthcare as happening to the old people, but you would be surprised at how many times we have to have healthcare for young people as well. So we are all just one catastrophic event away from being a patient. A car accident, a meteor falling. I mean, but they just had a piece of a plane fall off, like 2 months ago and land. Stuff literally can fall out of the sky and take you out. You are just one catastrophic event away from being a patient. Isn't that horrible? So we got to improve healthcare before it's our turn, because I've seen what's out there. And guys, you don't want that as your healthcare. We got to do better. And that's why I do what I do. Because I know someday I'm going to be the body in the bed. I got a bad knee. I need surgery, like bad. But I'm self-employed. So insurance is not a thing. So I know someday I'm going to be the body in the bed. I got to improve healthcare before I get there. Good? Okay, questions? All right, so this brings us to what I call our scope of practice in a box. So if you look on your ID badge, on the back of your ID badge, you're going to see this symbol. You can actually see it. I know you guys can't because my TV's in the way, but right here as well. I've got a big poster right here of our 5 key phrases. So this is page 13 in your book. So this tells us our scope of practice in a very easy to understand way, without a lot of that legal gobbledygook stuff. So the base of what we stand on is the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. So we don't add to it. We don't take away from it. The care plan stands alone. If we can't follow the care plan, who do we tell? Yeah. So everything that we do, our foundation for everything is always that care plan. That tells us what to do, but it doesn't really tell us how to do it. Okay. So we have to have walls to keep us in this safe space. So one of our walls is called principles. Principles guide performance. So the principles is everything on that back wall. You will learn all of that by week 2. So I'm not going to have you memorize it. This is not memorization. If you memorize something, you're going to forget it. How many of you guys remember an Edgar Allan Poe poem that you learned in 8th grade? Yeah, you probably don't. Because it's not important. You memorized something and it went away. I don't want you to memorize it. I want you to learn it. I want it to become as much of your DNA as your name. And that's my goal. That's my job. So we'll get there. In fact, you already know the first one. Because CNAs perform skills as directed on the care plan. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. What do we do while we're following that care plan? We make, and who do we report those to? Okay, so you got the first one down. Easy peasy. We're going to review it again and again and again and again and again. We're also going to learn the opening and the closing today as well. But we are going to learn everything on that back wall, just like we learned the care plan, effortlessly. Okay. But these principles, remember I told you at the very beginning, there's hard rules we have to follow. And then the care plan tells us how to modify to that patient. Well, the hard rules are what's on that back wall. Those are things we cannot violate and the care plan can't ask us to. Okay, good? Questions? So principles are going to guide our performance. They tell us how to do the skill. Care plan tells us what to do. The principles tell us how to do it. But along the way, we have to think about the types of skills that we're going to do, and that's the other wall. CNAs do normal. Now, what does normal mean? And in today's society, normal means way different things than it used to. So when I'm talking about normal, I'm talking about routine tasks on stable patients that we've been trained to do according to the care plan. So normal. Routine. Task has to be routine. Remember that me as the RN, I have 100% responsibility for this patient. 100%. Right? So if I ask you to do something, it's got to be something that I know is just going to go really smoothly, that there's not going to be any questions, that there's not going to be any hiccups, because you guys can't think. You have to follow directions and that's it. So I have to make sure that the things that I'm assigning to you are routine, normal. Good? Make sense? Normal. Okay, so routine tasks, but those tasks have to be on stable patients. So I can't ask you to go in and brush the teeth of a patient that just had their breathing tube removed and they're gasping for breath. That's not a routine task on a stable patient. Even though it's mouth care, I mean, mouth care is mouth care is mouth care, but this isn't a stable patient. Does that make sense? This is why CNAs are usually not found in critical areas without additional training. So if you want to work in the ICU, you're probably going to need additional training. If you want to work in the ER, you're probably going to need additional training. Does that make sense? Good. So routine tasks on stable patients according to the care plan. That keeps us firmly in our scope of practice. If it's not a routine task, you don't do it. If it's not a stable patient, you don't do it. If the nurse assigns it to you and it's not a stable patient, you can tell them, that's not a stable patient, that is not in my care or my scope of practice. Because I'm going to have to make a judgment. CNAs aren't allowed to. Does that make sense? CNAs follow directions. You have to make judgments. It's not your patient. Good? Okay, so on the floor, we have the care plan. The sides that keep us firmly in our scope of practice is CNAs do normal and principles guide performance. And above all, it's always about the patient. Don't get so tied up in the task that you forget there's a person under this task. So it's always about the patient. And all observations are going to be reported, no matter how minor you think they are. So a patient that's not eating very well, that needs to be reported. A patient that's coughing when they're drinking, that needs to be reported. Patient's got a little red area on the side of their leg, that needs to be reported. A patient who's asking for the privacy curtain to be closed all the time needs to be reported. I know that seems kind of strange, right? I mean, that's such a minor thing. Maybe they're napping. Why would I care about a privacy curtain being closed all the time? Well, it's because as a nurse, I know that people are generally social creatures. We tend to thrive when we can see and hear others. And if that curtain is closed, it may mean my patient is depressed. Something I need to know, isn't it? Because depression will affect healing. Absolutely will. So even something like the patient wants privacy curtain closed all the time needs to be relayed. If you know it, who else should know it? The nurse. Very good. Good. So you're starting to see how all of this works together? This is what keeps you in your scope of practice. This is what keeps you safe from liability. All right, so let's talk about delegation now. Nurses can delegate tasks. They can ask you to do tasks that maybe I didn't train you to do. Okay? So if you're working in a mother baby unit, I'm going to train you to swaddle. If you're working with a dementia patient, I'm going to train you in distraction techniques, redirection techniques.
What does swaddling mean?
Swaddling means to take a little baby and wrap them in a blanket like a burrito. It is awesome. Yeah, it is
I
awesome.
already said that earlier. I didn't know that.
Yep. If you work with infants, you will learn to swaddle. It's the only way to really keep them calm and keep them from crying nonstop. Because the world out here, when you're inside the womb, it's a very small place. I mean, you're really crunched up. There's no real room. You're not stretching out, right? You're just really crunched up. Well, that's the only thing the baby is known for 9 months is crunched up. Now, when they're born, the world is all of a sudden very wide open. And it's too much. It's too much stimuli. So by swaddling that baby, by wrapping them really tight as a burrito, you're giving them that same security they had in the womb. So it cuts down on them crying. It cuts down on their fussiness, and it actually increases their appetite. It has a lot of really, really good benefits. Okay, so good. So you can be trained, but there's a couple of things that the nurses have to go through before they can train you. So they've got some questions to ask themselves. Because remember, they're still liable. So even if I train you to do something, I'm still ultimately liable. So I got to figure out, okay, is this something that I can even do? I mean, that's like step one. That's very basic, right? But I don't do cardiovascular surgery. That's not my scope of practice. I'm not going to cut somebody open and get into their heart vessels and put stents in. That's not in my scope of practice. So I certainly can't delegate that to you. Right? So step one is, can I even do it? Pretty basic. Step two is this a routine task on a stable patient? Well, wait a minute. That had to do with our scope of practice, right? So I've got to make sure if I'm going to delegate this, that it meets your scope of practice. So is this a routine task on a stable patient? I also need to make sure that no judgment is required on your part. So I can't ask you, so let's say that you know how to put catheters in. No problem. You've been trained on it. You've been doing it for years. No problem. I know that you've been trained. So I ask you, hey, can you go put a catheter in this patient? They're going for surgery. I can't allow you to decide what size catheter to use. No judgment allowed. Remember, CNAs can only follow instructions. They can't fill in any blanks on their own. Good. You also need to know what to do if things go sideways. I got to make sure you know what to do if things go sideways. And you always need the ability to call for help. Okay. So those are all things that the nurse has to make sure are in place before they can delegate something. So there's rules. There's rules. Then they also need to make sure that the facility is allowing that task to be delegated. Remember, I said your employer has a role in this. So there's a lot of things that the nurse has to go through before they can decide, hey, I'm going to ask you to do this task. Okay. I need you to understand that there are rules in place. But if a nurse asks you to do something, and it is in your scope of practice, but you haven't been trained, be open to learning. Yeah, I don't know how to do that, but I can be trained. Be open to learning. Okay, good. Good. All right, so if the nurse says, I need you to, and you wonder, am I allowed to do that? The answer is, if you have been trained and your facility allows it, the answer is yes. Okay. We've gone over this earlier. Page 15 talks about liability. As long as you are under your care plan, you are not liable. The minute you start making decisions, it's all you. I'm not taking responsibility for that. I might like you, but I'm not taking responsibility as the nurse for what you are deciding to do for the patient. Okay? So boy, that makes the test pretty easy. You're not allowed to think. Not once in here have I asked you to make a decision. In fact, I told you there's penalties if you do. So how hard can this test be? You are not allowed to think. So let's talk about the test. And then we'll take a quick break. So when we're talking about the CNA state exam here in Florida, our closest testing center is down in Tampa. Closest testing center is in Tampa. So yeah, you will have to travel a little bit to get to the testing center, but it's only one day. It's not a big deal. We'll be going over test registration on class 4. So at the end of next week, we'll talk about test registration. But our closest testing center is in Tampa. So when you go to the testing center, you can't take electronics into the room, the waiting room. You have to leave your electronics in your car. So like your cell phone, leave it in your car, or they'll give you a locker. You can lock it up in there, but you can't have it in the waiting room. You can't have any study material in the waiting room either. So 8 people a day test, 8 people a day. You are there with 7 strangers. You will not be testing with people in this room. Everybody registers independently. So you'll be testing with strangers. But when you go in, you have nothing to distract you. It's just you and 7 other strangers and no study material and no phones. So it's a bit stressful. When you go in, they're going to check you in. You have to have 2 forms of ID, one of them with a picture, one of them with a signature. So your driver's license and social security card, or your passport and debit card that has a signature on the back. But you have to have one state-issued, non-expired government form of identification, and then a secondary with a signature. Please make sure sometime in this course that you look at your driver's license and make sure it's not expired. I actually had a student that got tripped up by that about 4 months ago. They had no idea. They've been driving around for like a year and a half on an expired license. So make sure, just take a quick peek. So when you go in, there's 2 evaluators in Florida, 2 RNs, and they're going to check you in. So they make sure that you're you. They look at your ID. If you printed off your test admission letter, they'll look at that. And they're just going to go down the line and check everybody in. Sounds easy enough. And then they're going to go away for like 20 minutes. They go away. And you guys are all just sitting there staring at each other going, is this thing going to start? What's happening here? And then they're going to come back. And when they come back, they're going to pair you up into groups of 2. This is not random. They don't just point at 2 people and say, okay, you 2 are together. You 2 are together. You 2 are together. You 2 are together. Doesn't work like that. In Florida, you are not just there to test. You are there to be the patient for somebody else testing. So you will play the patient during the test for somebody else, but they have to meet certain criteria. Okay. So I know what 3 skills you have because it's coded right into your ID number. I know your 3 skills. I'm looking at this ID number. I know your 3 skills. And one of those skills is to brush teeth. So that means that one of these other 7 people, you're going to be brushing their teeth. But I know that you just had a root canal done. You cannot be her patient. I know that you have braces. You cannot be her patient. So now I'm just left with you guys. Okay. So I got to match you guys up. Well, you could be a patient for her for mouth care, but one of your skills is foot care. So you got to wash a foot. And she told the evaluator that she has athlete's foot. So now you guys can't be paired up. Do you guys see how complex this is? Yeah. It's like thinking in 3D. So the evaluators, when they go out after they check you in and they're gone for that 20 minutes or so, that's what they're doing. They're pairing you up. Because for some of these skills, particularly mobility skills, they are going to try to pair you up with somebody your body size or smaller. They do try to make it as easy as possible on you. Okay. So once they pair you up, now for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to pair you up randomly. So you 2 are group 1, don't go anywhere. You 2 are group 2, stick close. But you can go out to your car to study. Just come back in about a half hour. Group 3, you've got about an hour and a half to kill, so go do some Target clearance shopping. Come back in a little while. You guys are group 4. You've got about 2.5 hours before you have to be back in the testing center. So Chili's, 2 for 1 margaritas. We'll see you in a little while. You guys will be brought into the testing center and shown around. Now, the testing center is very private. The testing center, if I were to put a wall right here, straight across with a door in it, this over here would be the testing center. All of you guys would be gone. You're out here. You would have 2 beds. You'll have a mannequin. You'll have a supply shelf. You'll have a hamper of some sort. You'll have 3 drawer bedside units. You'll have some over-the-bed tables and some privacy curtains. You'll also have a patient bathroom area. So something similar to that. When you go in, you guys have never been there before. You don't know where anything is or how anything works. So they have to show you around. They're going to show you all grooming supplies are here in the top drawer. All bathing supplies are in the middle drawer. All toileting supplies are on the bottom. The way that we use privacy curtains here in our testing center is this is our privacy curtain. You're going to pull it out to here to indicate privacy. Now notice, a privacy curtain in a real setting is going to go all the way around the bed. The whole point of it is privacy, right? But during the test, they need to see what you're doing. So for the test, the curtain will not go all the way around the bed because they need to see what you're doing. So they're going to show you how to illustrate privacy. Good? And then this is how we remove the privacy curtain at the end. This is our hamper. These are our supplies. So they're going to kind of walk you around, show you everything. And then they're going to give you your care plan set. So remember this, right? So you're going to go first, and I'm going to read this to you, and then I'm going to hand it to you, and that is yours throughout the entire test. And you'll do your 3 skills on her. Now, when you're the patient, you are going to get very specific instructions. In fact, you're going to get a script. You are going to be told to be you, not a 90-year-old version of you, the way you are. Okay? So don't turn into a I can't walk, talk, or eat person. Be you. So if you have to ambulate, walk, then when you're being walked, you're going to walk like you walk, right? You're not going to do okay. You're going to be pleasant and cooperative. And if they need you to say something, they will tell you what they need you to say. But they're going to give you instructions. Follow those instructions. Because you're the patient for her, but as soon as she's done with her skills, she's going to become a patient for you. And if you made the test harder on her, this isn't going to end well for either of you. Okay? Now, when you are the patient, it's very important that you don't give hints, clues, helps, nothing. This person that's being tested, it is a test. And if you try to give them a hint about something, you are now cheating. Don't help anybody out. Okay? They'll actually kick both of you out. They take it pretty seriously. Any questions on that? All right. So when you've done your 3 skills on her, she's done her 3 skills on you, you both go back out to the waiting room. You're going to be sitting there for like 2 hours. Get comfortable. You 2 are brought in. You'll do your skills on her. She'll do her skills on you. You'll go back out to the waiting room. You guys are brought in. You'll do your skills. You'll do your skills. Go back out to the waiting room. You guys are finally brought in, stumbling from Chili's. You'll do your skills on her. She'll do hers on you. Back out to the waiting room. When all 8 of you have done the skills exam, you will go into I think I have this actually. Hold on. I'm behind. You will go into a computer room. So you have a waiting room, there's a clinical skills testing room, and there's a computer room in the testing center. They're going to pair you up. And remember, it's not random. It's based on the skill sets that you have. And they'll show you around. They'll give you your skill set. That's the same thing you see here. We've already talked about that. We have ADL skills, mobility skills, and documentation. You'll get 1 out of each. And this is where I'm trying to get to. So when you're done with your clinical skills test, you will go into the computer room and take a 60-question multiple choice exam on the computer. You don't need any computer skills. You need to know how to move a mouse. That's it. That's it. They actually log you in. They get the test up on the screen. They don't want you touching the computer other than the mouse. Okay. So let's talk about how the clinical skills are graded. So take this off. Hold on. So when you're taking your test, the evaluators are going to have this in front of them. This is the actual testing checklists that they use when they're grading it. This is it. This is the actual one. When you do a step correctly, you get a check mark. If you don't do a step, no check mark. If you do a step but you do it wrong, no check mark. You only get a check mark if you do it Right. Okay. So anything without a check mark is called a deficiency. That's the term they use. Anything without a check mark is called a deficiency. So at the end of the test, when you're all done, the evaluators take this checklist and they put into the computer anything without a check mark. They record your deficiencies. Good? Makes sense? Now, there's a little known part of the test that a lot of people aren't aware of. You are able to make corrections up until you tell them the skill is done. So let's say that you do this particular skill, measure, record a radial pulse. And you don't support the resident's arm and it's dangling out there when you're taking the pulse. So you didn't get a check mark there because the arm is dangling. Yeah, you didn't know that was a thing, did you? I'm going to teach you. Okay. But we didn't know, we didn't do, and the arm was dangling. So we have a deficiency. Before you end the skill, before you're all done, remember I said I want you to read that care plan? Right? I want you to go back and read it one more time. And think about your skill. Think about the steps that you learned in class. Think about, did I do this skill properly? If you realized, oh my gosh, Miss Patty said something about not having the arm up. I think the arm was up. What do I do? All you have to do is say, correction, I would have made sure that elbow was supported while I was counting. Now, all of a sudden, instead of a deficiency, we have a check mark. And the paper doesn't know any different between whether you did it or corrected it. Good? These deficiencies are what fail you. Corrections can help you pass. So when you're done with the skill, we're going to get to this in just a little while, but when you're done with the skill, don't be in a hurry. Don't race through and go, okay, my skill is done. Because once you say that, it's just like hitting a buzzer on a game show. Final answer, you can't go back. So we've got to be careful here to make sure that we're doing this the right way and that we're getting as many check marks as possible, correcting when we need to make sure that we're successful on the first attempt. Good? Now, not all tests are done skills first, written second. The evaluators actually get to decide what section comes first, whether they want to do the written first or the skills first. You have no impact on this whatsoever. But the matter of the fact is, if you fail a section, that's the only section you need to retake. So let's say that you take the test and you fail the skills, but you pass the written. You don't have to retake the written again. It's going to stand for 2 years. You would have to retake the skills. Now, skills is the most failed section of the exam. More people fail skills than they do the written. Guys, you now have enough information to pass the written, right? This. If you know this, you will pass the written. Guaranteed. We have to learn the principles, right? Because remember, principles guide performance. We have to learn those. But if you know that and the principles, you will pass the written. That's easy. Skills are failed more often because you have very, very, very little experience with a skills-based exam. Think about all the exams you took in school. Very few of them required that you did something. Right? Almost all tests are all paper, pen. You don't have much experience with skills. And you definitely don't like being watched when you're doing stuff. Not a single person in here wants to be watched when they're taking a test. I know that. The evaluators know that. Everybody knows that. And that's okay. The one thing that I do want to point out to you, though, and a lot of students tell me that, I don't want to be watched when I'm taking my skills exam. I'm scared. What if I do something wrong? What if I forget? I mean, these are all very, very common things. But the one thing that you probably haven't thought about is that your skills test is the very first time you're going to be watched during skills, not your last. It's only the first. And if you think those evaluators are tough, wait until the family members start judging you. When you're doing skills, those family members are watching what you're doing with their loved ones. When you're doing skills, that nurse is watching what you're doing because you're doing it under their liability. When you're doing skills, the patient is watching what you're doing because it's their body. So the skills test is the very first time that you're judged, not the last. And if you can remember that, it does kind of help reduce some of that anxiety that you're going to feel going into the test. This is just the first one, not the last one. Good? Does that make sense? A little way to rearrange our thinking. So when we take the test, we get check marks for everything we do right. Anything without a check mark is a deficiency. Make your corrections before you end the skill. And then at the end of the skill, you're going to get, or at the end of the test, you're going to get results. We're going to talk about results in just a minute. So because the skills is failed more often than the written, the evaluators usually do the skills first. Because let's say that you failed skills, Jamar. Okay. So it takes me a long time to learn your names, and then you guys are gone.
Oh, good.
So Jamar unfortunately failed the skills. He's here today to retake the skills. He's already taken the written, pass it with flying colors, not a problem. We don't want him sitting in this waiting room for 4 hours waiting for skills. So we're going to get that out of the way first, and he's going to be the first group because he's already done the full day. Okay, so people that are there to retest will get tested first. If we have people there to retest on the written, the evaluators may do the written first to get them out. Does that make sense? Good? Good. So on the written test, you've got an hour and a half, 90 minutes to do 60 questions. And that doesn't sound like much, but for most people, it only takes about 20 to 30 minutes to do that written test. It's not too bad. Now, if English is not your first language, if I've got any English as a second language people here, that can be it can take you a little bit longer to do that test just because you've really got to translate it and figure out what they're trying to ask. But if English is your first language, it's usually 20 to 30 minutes for most people. All right, I have a book to help you with this. It's free. It's a PDF, so electronic. I don't print them because they cost a ton of money to print books. But this is called the CNA Test Coach. It is a free ebook. It is on our website. I've got too many things going on here. It's on our website, foryourcna.com/ebook. This paper, can I borrow your paper for a second? Sure. Okay. This paper right here, it says the test coaching ebook with the link. It's on there for you. Remember, I said you don't have to take notes. I've done it all for you. So this is a really, really good resource. I've had probably about 2,500 people download this ebook. And you'll get, about a week later, you're going to get another email from me asking, did it help you? And overwhelmingly, people say that this helped them understand how to answer the questions on the written test. Good. So that's free. It's for you. And at the end of the day, when everybody has tested and you're ready to go home, they're going to give you your results. You're going to get 2 printouts. You find out that day. They don't tell you. They're not going to talk to you. But they're going to give you 2 printouts as you're walking out the door. They're going to be folded in half, and they're going to hand them to you. And they're going to tell you, do not open them up until you get outside. Don't open them until you get outside. The reason they do this is they've had way too many people argue with them about the results. They can't discuss this with you. They're just going to tell you, no comment. I can't discuss this. So save yourself the aggravation. Wait till you get outside. Open them. And you're going to have 2 papers. Actually, you're going to have more than that, but 2 that count. So this is the test result for the written test. Again, all of this is up here. You guys can take a look at it at any time. But this is the written test results page. It's what you see on the screen for those of you who are playing along at home. Okay. You'll see that there's 5 categories of questions on the written test. You've got the role of the nurse aide, promotion to safety, promotion of function and health of residents, basic nursing care provided by nurse aides, and providing specialized care. These mean nothing to you. You have no idea. I mean, what kind of questions would promotion of function and health of residents have? I mean, that doesn't mean anything to you. That's why the ebook is going to help you, because I break this down into 5 different types of topics that will make more sense. Okay, so this is all written for nurses. I filtered it for CNAs. But you'll see how many questions were in that section and how many you got right. Now, the next question you're going to ask, somebody in here is going to ask, well, how many can you miss and get wrong? Or get, still pass? How many can you miss and still pass? And the answer to that is, it's not that simple. I can't tell you, well, you have to have a 75 on the test to pass. It doesn't work like that. You need a passing score in each category. Each category. And then on top of that, there are 1 or 2, depending on the test, 1 or 2 special questions that they call critical concept questions. If you pick the wrong answer, it's an automatic fail. 1 question on the test can fail you. Because, so you'll have 4 answers. Okay, critical concept question, you have 4 answers. A, B, C, D. A is right. We hope you picked that one. B is wrong. C is wrong. D, put your patient in immediate mortal jeopardy. So if you pick D and you put your patient in immediate mortal jeopardy, they do not want you as a CNA. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So you will have 1 or 2 critical concept questions on the state exam, usually revolving around fire safety. You're going to learn about that in chapter 2, homework reading tonight, or over the weekend. Over the weekend. So does that make sense? Okay. So when you get this printout, and this messes some people up, they're like, well, wait a minute, there were 7 questions here, and I got 5 of them right. So why did I fail? Well, because one of the 2 questions you missed was a critical concept question, and you chose the wrong answer. Okay. But you've got to pass each one of these sections. Well, one of them only has 7 questions. So in order to pass that, we can't miss more than 3. Good? Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. So these are a little bit hard to read. Luckily, at the very top, it just tells you you passed or you failed. Remember, you only have to retake the portion that you failed. If you passed the written and failed the skills, you would retake the skills. So this is your result sheet for the skills. Again, it'll tell you at the top whether you passed or not. It's going to list all of the skills that you actually had to perform. And then this page here are your deficiencies. Remember, those were the anythings without check marks, right? Now, I'm going to tell you a little secret about the Florida exam, and this is only for Florida. This is just for Florida. In Florida, we have 2 RN evaluators. 2. Every other state gets 1. We're special. We get 2.
Okay.
So, when you get this printout of your deficiencies, if the same step shows up twice, it counted against you. Means that both of those evaluators, because they're grading you independently, they're not collaborating, independently. Both of these people said, yeah, you missed that step. That was a deficiency. But if it only shows up once, you got credit for it. Because that means that one evaluator saw you do it, the other one didn't. They must have been napping. Good? Questions? Okay. Have I lost anybody yet? Am I going too fast? Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break before we get into the actual grading process. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. I'm going to put the thing on for 15 minutes, but we're not going to take all 15 minutes. We're going to come back in 10. All right, so go ahead and take your break.
It's not a button on that machine there, is it, for the stream?
What's that?
It's not a button on that machine for the stream.
No.
Is it like a muted track button?
No, because all of my cameras are here. I actually have 3 camera feeds. So my camera switcher is working. It's getting the output, and I thought maybe my cable went bad, so I had him go get me another cable. It's the output from this into OBS.
It's not the in OBS, the devices that are.
That's what I've been. Yeah, I've been trying to, because I can get it if I can get it to work with. So like, I can go. See, I can get it to work with my MacBook.
Oh, okay.
So that's what's pulling the camera right now. And I can do that.
Did you try adding a new feed on OBS?
That's what I just did, but it didn't seem to work.
Does the exam cost money?
Yes, $155.
In the background check, right?
Right, and the background check. So I can, I can bring, at least they have some camera, but I'm facing you guys, so that doesn't really help much. Yeah, I just can't figure out why my ATEM isn't being read by my MacBook. And I think possibly OBS might have updated and knocked it out. So we're going to let that marinate for a little bit. I will be back in a moment. You know what I might be able to do? Just thought about that. Because this is going to show me from the back. I need that camera. But I think I can do this. I might be able to do that. We'll do a workaround for today. See if my card game will work. Well, it's something. I mean, at least they're getting some. If I stay right here, it might be all right. Yeah, that's a. No.
Sorry.
Hey, look at that.
Like textbooks.
Oh, thank you.
Not a problem. You need anything else, let me know.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Give me just a minute. At least we solved that. Let's see. Where are my books with no keeper? Yeah, can I have that yellow one? You can leave the others there. You. Does everybody now have a yellow book? Everybody have a yellow book? Yeah, I had 18 sign up for this class, but we have, 4 that didn't come. Wow. Which is a shame because I had like 3 or 4 people that were begging to get into this class. Okay. Give me about 3 minutes. Let me take a quick break and I'll get started again. Okay. So for those of you joining us online, I did find a workaround for the camera situation. We're using my iPhone, so you can see something, but it's not ideal. We'll make it work. All right. So I told you that I am a subject matter expert in Prometric testing. What does that mean? Well, it means that when I first started teaching CNA, I had no idea what I was doing. None. Zero. And I did what most other instructors do. They thought back to their nursing education, and I figured that's a good place to start. Your nursing assistants, I'll start with nursing basics. Well, the problem is that nurses are trained to solve problems. Are CNAs? So if I come at this from a nursing standpoint, I'm going to mislead you. Remember, your scope of practice is to not make decisions. So the first couple of classes that I held weren't very good. And my students didn't do great. So me being a perfectionist, as that's what I am, I went back to the drawing board and I thought, okay, well, clearly there's a missing piece of the puzzle. I don't truly understand what nursing assistants do. So let me look into it a little bit more. And I did. And I started on a years-long research project on testing. And I learned everything there is to know about testing. I now know every aspect of these checklists, forward and backward, inside and out. And what I realized as I was going through all of these checklists, all of these checkpoints, is that, that's weird. Step one is exactly the same. I'm going to teach you 20 skills. Step one is exactly the same in all 20. And not just step one, but step two is the same on all of those skills. So it doesn't matter what skill you're doing. Step one and two, exactly the same. And I thought, well, wait a minute, I can work with that. There's consistency there. I like consistency. So I said, okay, if I teach all of my students to start every skill the same way, they'll automatically get 2 checkpoints checked off. Sounds good, right? Well, as I started going through all of these checklists, I realized it's not just step one and step two. We have a lot of other commonalities at the end of every skill too. So if I teach my students to end the skills the same way, they can get a whole bunch of those checked off as well. So you're starting to see where I started going with this? All right, and let me show you why this is important. All right, so the way we begin every skill is with the opening. Okay, that's the steps that are always the same at the beginning of every skill. We call them the opening. And we made them green because green is for go, right? The steps at the end of every skill, we're going to call it the closing, the ending. And we're going to color all of those steps red because red is stop. So if you look at this, right, these are all of the testing checkpoints that you have to get checked off when you go take your exam for this skill. Out of all of those checkpoints, do you see how many are red and green? Half of that skill. Half of the check marks are opening and closing. Half of the check marks are opening and closing. Half of the check marks are, you start to see half of your skill is how you start the skill and how you end the skill. Half of the skill. So these steps might be just a little bit important. Now, as I got into this, I noticed that some of the more complex skills still had a lot of red and green, but there were other steps that didn't fall into the opening and closing. But I started to realize that some of those other steps matched other steps in other skills. So again, we have commonalities. And I realized that every skill that we had to bathe something, there were 4 steps that had to be checked off regarding bathing, and they were all exactly the same. I learned that every time anybody was uncovered or undressed, there were 3 steps that had to be checked off, and it didn't matter what the skill was. If the patient was uncovered or undressed, these 3 steps needed to be done. So this is how I built the principles. So these principles that we're going to learn, starting with skill rules, which we already learned, these principles are common steps found in multiple skills that correlate to specific check marks. Good? Make sense? Okay. Now, we did learn that half of most of our skills are going to involve the opening. So this is a good place to start. So the first thing we do is read the care plan, always. First step is always a care plan because we need to know what to do. Once we've read the care plan, then we're going to do some steps in a very specific sequence here. And that's going to get us all of the check marks that we need for successful completion. So these have to be done in order. Very important. These follow a very specific order. And this is in your skills book on, thank you, 27, page 27. I think I got it on the next slide. So this is this what I just showed you, right? It's up on the screen. You'll see that half of this skill is going to be checked off with green. So if we learn these steps, we automatically get a whole bunch of check marks without really having to do much of anything. When I was doing this is actually a pretty recent development in the last 7 or 8 years. I was teaching the opening and the closing and created the principles and all that, but I started to realize that there were a few check marks that were being checked off, but I didn't really see them here. What happened? This is what the evaluators use, right? So how are they getting deficiencies and they're not on here? So I went back to my research project and started looking. And at the end of every single skill, down here, at the end of every single skill, there are 5 check marks, 5 checkpoints that we have to meet. But the problem is that they're coded. They're hidden. They're obscured. And there's actually a key, which I didn't know at the time. I had to go find that key, which I did. And each one of these, I'm going to read them to you. Ask resident about preferences during care. Well, that's pretty easy. We do that during the opening. We tell them what we're going to do, ask permission, right? That should get that checked off, but it wasn't enough. Use standard precautions and infection control measures when providing care. That's kind of wide open. Ask resident about comfort or needs during care or before care completed. Promote residents' rights during care and promote residents' safety during care. So those are very vague checkpoints. What would you do that would cause a deficiency in those things? So Prometric actually has guidance on this for their evaluators, and it's called indirect care because all of those fall under indirect care. So I went and found what they grade on for indirect care. You're not going to find it on here. And I put it on here. So when you're looking at these, when you're in here playing and practicing, and you grab one of these and you say, okay, I'm going to do skill set 11. And you turn skill set 11 over. These are the actual checkpoints for each one of these skills that have to be completed. And in here, I have all of those indirect care checkpoints. So I was able to combine the regular checkpoints and indirect care all in one here. This is the only place you will find that. This is the only place you will find that. So I had to figure out how to teach this though, because this is like RN stuff, right? This is all grading stuff, and how do I teach this? And right now you're all going, what does this matter? Why do I care? Well, the reason for that is because indirect care is much more likely to fail you than the actual steps. Way more likely to fail you. So I've got to figure out a way of teaching you indirect care. So that's where the rest of these principles were born. Because the rest of these principles aren't necessarily going to be on here, but they are graded under indirect care. And they have guidance for us on that. So the things that I'm going to teach you, okay, the way to do the skill, the principles, the rules we have to follow. If you're just looking at the normal checklist, you're going to think to yourself, oh, there's nothing on here. It says I have to use a privacy blanket, so I'm not going to worry about it. Because it's not listed here, it's listed under indirect care, patient preferences, dignity, promote resident rights. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense? So when you're practicing, when you're learning, I want you to be very, very careful about the other resources you use out there. So if you go onto YouTube and you type in, how do I whatever, be very careful. I'm not saying don't use them, but be very careful in the resources that you access because they may not show the whole picture. Okay, good, makes sense? Okay. So anything that you see with an IC on the testing checklist, anything that has an IC on it means there's more checkpoints that are hidden from you. So if you want to know what those are, come up here and grab this, the testing care plan set, and they will be listed on here. Now, there's another place that they are, which we're going to get into in just a minute. There's another place that they are that you have much easier access to, which we'll get to. All right, so if we are doing this particular skill, which is ambulate a resident using a gait belt, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 steps that are going to be covered by the opening. So half of that checklist gets covered by one process. One process. And that's what I want to focus on now. What happened to my video? Yeah, this thing has got some serious issues right now. Okay. Oh, still not there. All right, never mind. All right, so the way this works is that we're going to learn 11 principles, and that's going to tell us the steps that are required to get all of those checkpoints checked off. Be careful about deciding to skip some, because if you skip some, it's going to impact your score. Every one of these, there's no busy work here. Every one of these, it correlates directly with a testing checkpoint. There's 4 that we focus on the most because they cover the most checkpoints. And we call them the big 4. And it's skill rules because we follow the care plan. The opening, which tells us how to start every skill. The closing, which tells us how to finish every skill. And glove rules, because glove rules we have to evaluate for every skill we do. We have to figure out, do we need them? Some of you just want to wear gloves for everything, and we're going to talk about that on Wednesday and why that's not a good strategy. It can actually cost you the test. Now, the test is $155. It's expensive. And if you have to retake it, you're going to repay it. You want to pass the first time. You don't want to give them any more of your money. So a lot of what I'm telling you is designed to help you pass the test. But it's also good for our patients as well. We have to be aware of that. Okay, so these are the big 4. Skill rules, which we already know. Opening, we're going to learn. Glove rules, which we'll cover on Wednesday. And the closing. When I talk about the big 4, I'm always talking about those 4. And they make up somewhere between 25 and 50% of every single checklist. They're important. So you see a whole listing of this on page 27. We're going to go through them one by one as we go. We talked about the CNA Happy Place. I have flashcards. We'll talk about that later. Next week or something. I have flashcards to make this easier on you. You can buy them if you want to. They're on sale for you guys while you're enrolled in the program for $14.99. Go next door and see Jake. He'll bring you up. But we'll get into that next week. Okay. I want to get into this first. So I'm going to go through this very, very quickly. So go to page 21. So Adriana, yes. Yes. Am I able to still come to the physical class even though I wasn't able to attend today? Yes, you can. Just when you come in on Wednesday, I need to get you your books. Please remember to remind me. And Anthea says, every time you do a skill, you have to wash your hands, or do you just say, I wash my hands? Stay tuned. We're going to talk about that. All right. So on page 21, I want you to read this. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it simply because we just don't have it. And this is the one time I can kind of cut. Okay. So you guys are going to be responsible for reading this. But the biggest thing that I want you to understand is every person is different. Every person has different preferences. You cannot treat every patient exactly the same because they're different. You also need to think about the patient's experience here. So to shorten this, let's talk about a hospital real quick. To get into a hospital, you can't call and make a reservation. You have to go in through the ER, and their whole job is to not let you in. ER's job is to send you home. That is their job. You've got to prove that you are sick enough to get a bed in that facility. So that means that the very sickest people in our entire community are all in one place. under one roof. It is pathogen city. You guys understand that? Okay. We don't put healthy people in nursing homes. It is pathogen city. Good. Now, these patients aren't wandering around going bed to bed, room to room. That's not what happens here. And they all have conditions that brought them in. Remember, they have to be sick enough. They have to prove they're sick enough to be here, right? So that means their immune systems are already busy. Their immune systems are working overtime trying to keep them alive from whatever's trying to kill them. And we put them in a place with a lot of other pathogens. So this sets our patients up to be at risk. Do you guys understand that? At risk. Because they're not going room to room, if we bring pathogens, a new set of pathogens to this patient whose immune system is already overwhelmed, we can kill them. So infection control becomes a really, really big issue with healthcare. And we're going to talk about it in detail on Wednesday. I've got an hour and a half. We're going to talk about this. But I need you to understand that our patients are a little self-absorbed, right? They're not home. When you're sick, where do you want to be? Home. Yes, no place like home. If I'm sick, I want to be home. And anything that's keeping me from home makes me grumpy. I want to be home. Your patients do too. So if they're here and not home, they're automatically grumpy. It's also the worst place in the world to try to get sleep. People coming in and out of that room, all hours, day and night. So they're sleep deprived. How does that affect our mood? Oh, grumpy, grouchy, miserable, right? So we have to understand we're not seeing our patients on their best day. We are absolutely not seeing them on their best day. In fact, it's probably close to their worst day. So we need to cut them some slack. Don't think that your patient being rude and miserable and angry and everything else has any impact on you. It doesn't. Ever. The maddest I ever got at a CNA was somebody who told me, well, she started it. Well, I'll end it. You're not going to like the way I end it. The way the patient acts has no bearing on you. Remember, they want to be home. They're stuck in a place that they have no control over. They have strangers coming in and out of their room. They don't even get to pick their own roommate. And the food is horrible. I mean, this is not a recipe for happy, joy encounters. And we have to remember that. If you get a nice patient, it is a bonus day. Awesome. I got a good one. But don't expect that. Think about how you act when you're sick. Okay? So do me a favor and read this page to understand your patient's experience. Page 23 is going to tell you all about how patients are different. We went over that, but you can take a look at that. And we've gone over corrections. So I've already got that out. So let's move on. All right. So let me explain to you how we're going to get through this course. I'm just going to borrow yours because it's right in front of me. This is your syllabus. It's what you see on the screen here. This is your syllabus. It tells you how we're going to get from point A to point B in 4 weeks. 8 class sessions. It's going to go fast. It's going to go really fast. In 4 weeks, you're going to be sitting here going, oh my gosh, we graduate Wednesday? I'm not ready. Don't get behind. There's no time to catch up. Okay, good. I'm taking a marketing course for college. They told me the same thing. Don't get behind. There's no time to catch up. It's an accelerated, year-long and 10-week course. I got behind. I am now furiously trying to get caught up. And I'm running out of time. You want to talk about increasing on stress levels? Don't get behind. Okay? Do as I say, not as I do. All right, so each one of these columns tells us something different. This column tells us what skills we're going to do in class, that class session. So today, we've learned skill rules. We're going to learn the opening and the closing, hand washing, and we talked about indirect care. The second column are the reading assignments. Now, most of those I'm going to go over in class. These are the lectures I give in class. We talked about the CNA exam. We talked about delegation and liability. I just told you to read 21 and 23. We talked about the testing care plans, and we talked about all the principles we're going to learn. So I've gone over that. But this column will tell you what pages you can refer back to review. The third column is the dreaded homework. We're going to get to that in just 1 second. And then the last column are additional activities. I may or may not get to these in class, depending on time. So 5 key phrases we did go through. The care plan activity we did do together. Corrections we went over. Now I'm not going to get to warm, dark, and moist, page 47. You're going to want to do that on your own tonight. Okay, so read page 47. We did go over skill grading though. So each class session, so class 2 Wednesday, has these same 4 columns, but they're going to have different things in them. And if you look at this, it's a whole lot of content to go over in 4 weeks. Now, most of it, I'm going to stand here and spoon feed it to you. I'm going to make it super easy. Stay awake. You'll be fine. But the homework column is where you're going to have to put a little bit of time and effort into this. And there's not much I can do about it. It's a lot of content to cover. So you're going to have to do some reading. Your reading is always going to be in the yellow book. The yellow book is mine. You're going to take it home. You're going to leave it at home. Don't bring it back and forth to class. We don't work out of this. We work out of my spiral book. Bring that one to class. But this is just for homework reading. My goal is to eventually get rid of this book. So the next time I revise my book, it'll take the place of this one. But right now, this one has information in it that I don't give you in mine. So do the reading. So if you look, go back to the syllabus here. If you look on this syllabus, the third column is your homework. Tonight, you need to go home and read chapter 1. It's 20 pages. It sounds like a lot. It's not. The words are small. The writing is big. There's lots of pictures. It's easy to get through. It's written at a 6th grade level. It's not hard, but it will take a little bit of time. You can estimate about an hour of homework on Mondays and about 2 to 3 hours of homework over the weekend. But you've got 4 days to get that work in. Okay, so just budget your time accordingly. So if you look here, you're going to read chapter 1, and then you're going to go to the white book, the spiral book on page 181, and you're going to see a test there. And it's 20 questions. There's 10 multiple choice and 10 matching. And you're going to answer all of those questions, but just answering them isn't enough. Go to the very last page in the book, and that's your answer. Well, I'm sorry, almost last page. There you go. That's your answer key.
What page is it on?
Okay.
201.
What is it? 201? Thank you. Go to page 201. That's your answer key. So you're going to read the chapter, take the test, and then grade it. When you come back into class on Wednesday, I'm going to go write down my list, and I'm going to call your names out, and you're going to tell me what your grade is. If you look at the bottom, go back here. If you look at the bottom here, this is your grading scale. It tells you if you missed 1, you got a 95, missed 2, you got a 90, and so on. So I'm just going to go right down. I'm going to ask, Isabella, how did you do? Kiana, Julia, Jada, Erica, Sophia, and so on. Write down my list. and you're going to tell me your scores. It's the honor system. Grades don't matter. I do not care about grades. If I'm the body in bed, I'm not going to look up and ask, what'd you get on chapter 4? Do you think I care as a patient what you got on chapter 4? Nobody cares. It's not about the grades. It's about the comprehension. I'm going to hope you learned enough in chapter 4 that you know how to take care of me properly. Okay, does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
This is the honor system. I want you to take that test as many times as you need to get 100. That's what I want you to be reporting to me. If you lie and tell me you got 100 and you never took it, that's on you. You're the one that has to get through that state exam, not me. So I give you resources. You take advantage of them to the extent you want to. But if you don't do the work, you're not going to pass the test. It's that simple. Does that make sense? I'm going to give you the tools. All right. So while we're on the subject, when I call your name, the front of your yellow book has a letter and a number. It'll be Y something. Y1, Y11, whatever. When I call your name, please tell me what the number is. Isabella.
8.
Kiana. If I call you a name, if you want to be called something different, let me know. Like my name is Patricia, but everybody calls me Miss Patty, you know? So if you want to be called something different, let me know. Julia.
16.
Jada.
10.
Erica.
4.
Sophia. Victoria.
13.
Christine.
2.
Desliana. Cleonta. Autumn.
11.
Chloe.
1.
Adriana. Thomas.
14.
Lisette.
9.
Janae.
7.
Did I say that right?
Mhm.
Jamar.
12.
12. Salif.
6.
Thank you. Is it anybody I did not call? All right. So you're going to bring that yellow book back to me on the very last day of class. I'll remind you, not a problem, but it goes home with you today. You leave it at home. Don't bring it back and forth. Leave it at home. Use it for your homework reading. Bring the spiral book back and forth to class. That's the important one. So let's learn how to use this study guide. So if you go to page 52, every skill we're going to learn is going to start with a page like this. Now that page is going to have the steps involved in the actual skill itself, along with the principles that are also going to guide that skill. So the pulse, this is skill specific. We're going to follow the care plan. We're going to do our opening, decide if we need gloves, and do our closing. All of that is spelled out here for you. So if you put all of these steps together, that's the entire skill. Got it? These are all the checkpoints of the skill. Now up here is the Cliff Notes version, short and sweet, review. Down here is a video. I have a video on this that you can see exactly how it should look for the state exam. And then down here is test-specific information. So this particular skill, somebody with your level of experience should be able to complete this in 5 minutes or less. It will be done on another testing student. That person will be laying in bed. So when you're practicing in here and you're going to practice the pulse, you should have another live person laying in bed. Right? If you practice it on a mannequin sitting in a chair, it's not going to help you much. This is designed to help you practice as a dress rehearsal. Good? Okay, remember, I know the test. All right. So along the side, you'll see which puzzle pieces are going to affect this particular skill. As you can see, not all principles are involved in all skills. That just tells you which ones we're going to focus on for this particular skill. They're all spelled out here. Cliff notes, skill specific, video, and test information. That's what I just went over with you. But sometimes we're going to be doing some skills on a mannequin. So if you look on page 102, you can actually see there's a mannequin in that spot. That means you don't have to go there, but that just means that we're going to be doing it on a mannequin. So when you're practicing, if we're going to be performing it on a mannequin, we should be practicing it on a mannequin. So when you're practicing, always make sure that you're looking and setting up your practice like it's going to be in the exam. Okay, good. Sometimes we're going to have a person in a chair. Again, make sure that you're practicing as if it is the test. And then some skills will require charting. There's 4: feeding, pulse, respirations, and drainage bag. We'll get into that a little more as we go. But if you see charting here, that means that we're going to have to write something down at the end of the skill. And there's some rules that are involved in that. So go to page 53. Now, I told you on page 53, or I told you, remember I said that this has indirect care on it? It's the only thing that has indirect care on it. Okay. But I told you there's another place to find the information. This is where you're going to find it. So what I did is I took my RN brain and I put the checklists and the indirect care into my RN brain. And I created step-by-step instructions for CNA students. If you follow every one of these instructions, you will get every one of these check marks, including indirect care, which isn't even listed on here. Okay, good. So this is your how-to. This tells you exactly how to do this skill. How many of you guys have ever made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? How many steps are involved in a peanut butter and jelly? Ballpark. Yes, 2 or 3. Everybody go with that? Probably 10. 10? Okay, you're a detail-oriented person. I know 2 and 3 people are going, huh? Short version here, there's actually 42. There's 42 steps to making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Now, we're not baking the bread. We're not doing anything crazy, not toasting it, not cutting the crust off, nothing crazy like that. There's 42 steps. I'm going to run through them very, very quickly. Try to keep up. First thing we need is bread. We got to undo the twist tie on the bread wrapper. You got to open the wrapper, reach in, get 2 pieces of bread out, do the spinny thing so you can put the twist tie back on, put it back on the counter. But now you got 2 pieces of bread, nowhere to put it. We need a plate. We got to open the cabinet, get a plate, put it on the counter, close the cabinet, put the bread on the plate. Now we need a knife. Open the drawer, get a knife, close the drawer, put the knife on the plate. Now we need peanut butter. It's in the cabinet, pantry. Open that up, get your peanut butter, close it, put the peanut butter on the counter. Fridge, open, get the jelly, close, put the jelly on the fridge. Now you got to unscrew those caps. Get your knife, dip it in, spread the peanut butter on the bread, wipe it off on the other slice of bread. Get your jelly, spread that on the bread, put your knife in the sink. Put the lid back on the jelly, put the lid back on the peanut butter. Open the pantry, put the peanut butter away, open the fridge, put the jelly away. Put your 2 halves together and eat. Now, did I make anything up?
No.
There's legitimately 42 steps. So how come you guys didn't realize there were that many steps?
We're not paying attention. You're not paying attention.
Okay, you weren't paying attention. Yeah, you just kind of lumped it all together, right? Peanut butter, jelly, bread. I mean, there you go. There's your sandwich, right? You didn't think about all these little tiny details, did you? But they're necessary. You just consider them part of the whole. Does that make sense? Doesn't mean you're wrong. It just means that you if you didn't know how to build a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you might miss a few things. Does that make sense? Good? Understand that if I can be that detail oriented with peanut butter and jelly, just imagine what I can do with these skills. So when you're reading all of these steps, I want you to understand that I did not assume anything. Anything. You can literally give this to a 3-year-old and have them do these steps and they will pass. It is that detailed. But once you've done this once or twice, now we don't need the 42 steps. Now we just need the 3. Peanut butter, jelly, bread, enjoy, right? So we can cut it down because now we're familiar with it. So these step-by-steps are when you're learning. The page before, that little gray box at the top, that's your review. It assumes you know the steps. Do you guys understand how to use these two things? Mm-hmm. So when you're looking through this step-by-step instruction guide here, it's very thorough. Very thorough. When you're practicing, somebody should have this in front of them. And they should be following along. And if you miss something, they should tell you. Okay, good. But I also don't want you to get so stressed about this. Oh my gosh, there's 19 steps to this. How in the world am I going to learn all 19 steps? Remember, peanut butter and jelly is 42. So this is theoretically easier than a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Okay, does that make sense? All right. So we do have a couple of documentation skills that we're going to have to do, or one that we're going to have to do for the test. It'll come out of these 4. So you will, for the test, you're guaranteed to get one of these 4 skills. You will get pulse or respirations or feeding or drainage bath. You will get one of these 4. So if you're going to practice any skills, I would definitely practice these 4 because I'm telling you, you're going to get one of these. All right. So when you're looking at this step-by-step page at the top, you're going to see the care plan. This is the care plan from the state exam. If you get pulse, this is what your care plan is going to say, word for word. What do we know about the care plan? What do we do with the care plan? Follow it. At the bottom, you've got your supplies. You've got step-by-step instructions that correlate with that checklist that you're being graded on. Oops, sorry. And then you've got some review questions down here just to find out, did you get it? Did you get what you needed to get to be able to perform this skill well? Okay. So every skill is going to be set up the same way. I have a free resource for you. You guys are all going to get an email. Actually, you're going to get 2 emails at 1 o'clock, provided I have your email address right. You're going to get 2 emails from me. One of them is a wrap-up email from the class. Basically says, this is what we went over today. Here's some videos you can watch. Here's some things that you can do. It'll remind you of your homework and all of that. The second email that you're going to get is an enrollment into the online course. This is included for all of you. For those of you playing along at home, you would have to enroll in this separately. And I strongly recommend that you do so because there's things in this course that I'm not going to be talking about in this classroom. Okay. This helps you put into practice what you're learning. Sitting here and listening to me is only going to take you so far. You've got to be able to apply it. And you're going to have the practice room where you can come in and practice on Mondays and Wednesdays from 1:30 to 4. It's on the back of your ID badge. But that's only 2 days a week. So what do you do the rest of the time? How do you put into practice what you're learning? That's what this course is going to help you do. Because you can actually practice the skills virtually inside this course without ever having to be here. So you're going to get an invitation. Make sure you accept the invitation and set up your account. It's included for you guys. So if we know that every skill is going, excuse me, going to start with the opening, we need to learn that opening. So this is on page 30. So the opening is going to be part of every single skill that we perform. I have a video on it. Anytime you see this little clapboard thing, means I have a video on it. You're going to get a link to that video in the email today. I have a video on it. But all of these steps are going to be important. And when we get into these steps, you can see a breakdown of them on page 31, but this is what they sound like. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I am here to insert name of skill here. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain, go wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. That's the opening. And we're going to do it the same way every time. Every time. Every one of those things corresponds to a checkpoint. Do not cut this down. Let me say that again. Every one of those statements comes with a checkpoint. So let's go through each one individually. Every skill is going to start with the opening, but every opening is going to start with a knock. This is hugely important. Hugely important. Think about patients in a clinical setting, right? They're sleep deprived. They're self-absorbed. They want to be home. They don't want to be here at all. Well, the worst place to try to get rest is in a healthcare setting. Imagine for a second that you're self-absorbed, you're just exhausted, you finally drift off and you hear something. And your eyes pop open and there's a complete stranger standing over you with something sharp in their hand. Are you going to feel secure at all in that location? This is why knocking becomes so important. Your patients have control over absolutely nothing. Nothing. And if you, there we go. If you don't understand that about your patients, it can actually put you guys at odds, okay? You need to understand their experience, what they're going through. So knocking actually provides them a little bit of security over that space, a little bit of ownership in that space. Does that make sense to you? This is a huge checkpoint. Knocking before entering is a huge checkpoint. Huge. So let me explain to you real quick about how these checkpoints work. A question I get asked all the time is, well, how many of these things can I miss and still pass? And the answer is, it's not that simple. Let's take her for a second. We got to do mouth care on her. Is she in a safe position for mouth care? Why? She's laying down. So if we brush her teeth when she's laying down, she could aspirate or breathe fluid into her lungs. And that could have catastrophic results. So what position does she need to be in for me to brush her teeth? Sitting up. I don't care how you do it. Care plan will tell you, if there's a restriction. If I can get her to the sink, hey, that's ideal. If I can't, maybe I can get her sitting up on the side of the bed if my care plan tells me. If not, if my care plan doesn't say, I'll put the head of the bed up. We got a lot of ways to get this done, right? But at the end of the day, she needs to be sitting up. Good? Make sense? Right? We can all agree on that. How many of you guys have brushed your teeth this month? Good. Okay. You're familiar with the process, right? You wet the toothbrush, put the toothpaste on it, scrub a dub-dub, you spit, you rinse, you spit, you dry. Right? We all know the process here. Nothing earth-shattering. But when you're doing that, you're doing it over a sink. So all of that foamy stuff, you're leaning forward and it goes into the sink. If I put the head of the bed up, she is not leaning forward. She is sitting. So where do you think all that foamy stuff is going to go? Yeah, all over her clothes. Now, if we don't put the head of the bed up, we could kill her, which doesn't look good on the test, by the way. If we don't protect her clothing, she's not going to die. Nobody's ever died from getting toothpaste on her clothes. People have died from aspirating. You guys see the difference there? So I have 2 checkpoints here. I have putting the head of the bed up and I have protecting the clothing. If I don't do one, the patient dies. If I don't do others, they're a little messy. Do you understand that they're not going to be graded equally? Okay. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Every single checkpoint is weighted. It's weighted. They don't count equally. Knocking is weighted. When I tell you that you have to knock, it is weighted heavily. And it's because of this security aspect. Does that make sense? So every skill starts with the opening. Every opening starts with a knock. Now, once we knock, we don't have to wait for a go come in from the test. Just knock and go in. It's fine. But once you go in, you have to address your patient by name. And for the test, we're going to use one name, Mr. or Mrs. Jones. Everybody is Mr. or Mrs. Jones. You are now Mrs. Jones. You are now Mrs. Jones. You are now Mr. Jones. Mr. or Mrs. Jones. So, at the beginning of every skill, I'm going to knock, 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 knock. I'm going to go in and I'm going to say, hello, Mrs. Jones. Now, we don't have ID bands for the test. In fact, if it's where your patient lives, they're not going to have ID bands because it's where they live. You don't have ID bands in your house. It's where you live. So if it's a nursing home, assisted living facility, long-term care setting, they're not going to have ID bands. And that's the vast majority of our patients, by the way. The only time you're going to have ID bands is in short-term settings, hospitals, rehabs, same-day surgery centers. So the best way to figure out who you're working with is to address them by name or ask their name. What is your name? But think about the doctor's office for a second. Okay, you go to a doctor's office, you see the receptionist, you sit down, somebody calls you in, you go to the back, they weigh you, they get your vital signs, they stick you in a room and put a chart on the door. When that healthcare provider comes in, they don't look to see an ID band. There isn't one. They just walk in and read the name on the chart. What is your name?
Lisette.
Lisette. So this is Lisette. If I walked in the room and said, hi, Kimberly, how are you today? Is that your name?
No.
What are you going to say?
That's not my name.
That's not my name. Because she doesn't know what I've got in store for Kimberly, but she probably don't want it. Make sense? Self-identification is the most accurate form of identification. ID bands can be wrong. Self-identification is the most accurate. Does that make sense? So calling somebody by their name, if it's not them, they will correct you. Now, some of you are saying, but wait, what about dementia patients? Well, if I have a dementia patient, as the RN, I have gone and done an assessment. I know that they have dementia. I know they're not able to self-identify. So I would have on the care plan how you are supposed to accommodate that patient. Do you see how the system works? Good? Okay, makes sense? All right, so for the test, it's very easy. Hi, Miss Jones. Now, I always like to find out how my patients are. So somewhere in here, I probably will throw in a how are you today? How are you feeling? That type of thing. Because if I got to do a skill and they're feeling absolutely crappy, I want to know that up front. Save myself some time. Remember, I want my break. Okay, save myself some time. So once you have identified your patient, you need to introduce yourself by name and title. I can't just walk in and say, hey, I'm Patty. Okay, what does that mean? Are you Patty, the person with the cookies? I like that, Patty. Are you Patty, the person with a needle? Not so much. So telling them your title gives them an expectation of what role you're about to play. So, hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty, and I'm your CNA today. How are you? Now, once I get through all of that, I need to tell them why I'm there. I am here too. Now, you can actually read this right off the care plan if you want to. I am here to measure and record your pulse. Or you can put it in terms that are easy. I'm here to take your pulse. I'm here to take your vital signs. Nobody's grading you on how you introduce the skill. You are being graded that you did introduce the skill. Because the whole point here is that we have to get permission. We have to ask, is that okay? Patients are allowed to refuse any care at any time for any reason. Period. No means no. How many of you guys go to the movies?
Yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, that was fire.
Oh, was it good?
Yeah, it was good.
I like Bad Boys. All right, so let's say that you're at the movie theater. Okay, you went yesterday.
Yeah.
You hadn't met me, didn't know me. You're in a movie theater. Lights start to go down, and I come and sit right next to you with a bucket of water. I put it down, and I tell you, don't worry about it, just watch the movie. And I start untying your shoe. Now I've gone few pegs up on that creep meter, right? I'm just going, what's this person doing? And you start kind of kicking, get me away from you because this is like really weird. And I slap your leg and pull your sock off. How many guys would be comfortable with that? You don't know me. You don't know what my intentions are. This is a little out of the ordinary, a little weird, right? And if you tell me no and I continue to touch you, now I can be charged with battery because I am touching you without your permission, right? We can all agree that this is like really weird behavior for a movie theater. Really weird. And yet we do it in healthcare all the time and don't think twice about it. Patients have the same rights at that movie theater that they do at that hospital and that nursing home and that assisted living facility and on the city bus and at Walmart and everywhere else. Your rights go with you. They do not get suspended at the door. Just because you are a healthcare worker does not give you the right to touch anyone without their permission. Period. Full stop. Dementia is a little bit different because they do not have the awareness for self-determination. Those would be indicated on the care plan. Those processes are going to be detailed on the care plan for you, for that patient. But if your patient is of sound mind, you do not have the right to touch them without their permission, period. So we have to get permission. Is that okay? Now, if your patient says no, okay, no problem, no big deal. But you probably want to find out why. Because when you go to the nurse, patient doesn't want foot care. Do you know what the nurse is going to ask you? Why? Oh, I don't know. Hold on. Why? Oh, your family's coming? Okay. Family's coming. Okay. So if you get this information out of the way up front, if I come to you and say, Knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I'm here to do foot care. Is that okay? And you tell me no. I'm going to ask, can I ask why? Now, you want to be nice. Can I ask why? Is now not a good time? Are you feeling okay? You need to get that information. If you say, yeah, my family's coming in. They'll be here like any minute. Oh, okay, no problem. Can I check back in with you after they leave? Now all I have to do is go to the nurse, say, hey, no foot care right now. Family's coming in. I'll check back in when they leave. Nurse is going to go, cool. You guys understand? Okay. But your patient has to know what you're going to do in order to give permission. Now, once you've got all of that done, all of that is done. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Get all of that done, and they say yes. Then you're going to close the privacy curtain. Let me see if I can do this without breaking my phone. Let's see. Can we do this? Can we? We can. All right. So now that I've got all of that done, and it would sound something like this. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. I'm here to whatever. Insert name of skill here. Is that okay? Yes. Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and close your privacy curtain. Now, what we need to understand about this curtain is it is not clean. At all. Not even close. Patients in bed cough. Where do you think those secretions fly? Patients in bed scratch what? Itches. Think that one through. And then they touch the curtain. But the patients aren't the only ones touching the curtain. Who else touches the curtain? Yeah, caregivers. Sure, doctors and nurses and CNAs and phlebotomists and all of that. And they probably do it with soiled gloves because they aren't thinking. We'll get to that on Wednesday. But who else touches the curtain? Family. Yeah, they pick their nose in the elevator. Scratch their butt. Right? This curtain is not clean, not even remotely clean. Now, there's no shade on housekeeping here. I don't want you to think that I'm dissing housekeeping. That's not what this is. All right? Housekeeping is awesome. I love housekeeping. But these things are only taken down and washed once or twice a year. That's it. In the meantime, housekeeping sprays it with a little bit of Lysol or anti-infectant spray, but it's not the same. You cannot assume these things are clean. Now, if you remember, I told you that this person, their immune system is currently occupied, busy. So if I touch this curtain and then touch the patient, that can transfer pathogens, especially if I'm going to be anywhere near an open body opening. Eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, and incisions. So if this patient has to be touched, what kind of hands do you think they want to be touched with? Clean. And that's what these two steps, the order matters. When you close the curtain, you're going to go wash your hands. It's got to be done in that order. Does that make sense? You have to have clean hands to touch your patient. Now, this is so important that there are 2 checkpoints on every state exam, every single skill. There are 2 checkpoints that if you don't get these checkpoints, it doesn't matter how good of a job you did on the rest of the skill, you will fail. The first checkpoint is, did the candidate, that's you, touch the resident before they washed their hands? The second one is, did you end the skill with clean hands? Do you guys see both of those have to do with hand washing? If you get either one of those wrong, it'll fail you. Because at the end of the day, it's going to have an impact on our patients. Good? Okay. So I'm going to show you the video for this. Normally I show you, I've got it here, but I can't show it on here. Normally I show you the camera feed over the sink, but let me show you the video for this. It's got really good close-ups. It'll show you exactly how to wash your hands, but keep in mind when we are washing them. It's after we've closed the curtain.
When you approach the sink, you can touch the faucet with your unclean hands because the faucet is considered the dirtiest object in the bathroom. Adjust the water temperature for comfort and wet your hands. Apply soap and rub all surfaces of your hands vigorously, focusing on the front and back of your hands and in between all fingers. Circle the top of your wrists as well. Friction is the key to removing all pathogens from the surface of your skin. Friction should be applied for at least 20 seconds to be effective. After washing with friction, the nails must be cleaned. Run one thumb down the length of each nail, starting at the cuticle and moving toward the end of the nail. Repeat with all fingers of both hands. Then clean under your nails by scrubbing the underside of your nails along your palm to remove debris. Carefully rinse your hands under the stream of water with your fingertips pointing downwards, taking care not to touch the inside of the sink or the faucet. Tap your fingers together to ensure that all water droplets remain in the sink. Take paper towels from the paper towel dispenser and dry all surfaces of your hands, the front, back, between your fingers, and your wrists, taking care not to allow the paper towels to touch the unwashed areas of your lower arms. Throw these paper towels directly into the trash bin. Finally, take a clean, dry paper towel to turn the faucet off, because wet paper towels may rip and recontaminate your hands.
All right, got it? Got it? Wet your hands before you put soap on, and bubbles count. There's actually a checkpoint that says created sufficient lather. That they're grading you on bubbles. I'm serious about that. So if you don't have enough bubbles on your hand, get more soap and start your timing again. You have to rub for at least 20 seconds. That's minimum. So when you bring your hands together and you start rubbing, that's when the clock starts. Those of you who sing songs in your head like Twinkle Twinkle or ABCs or Happy Birthday, don't do that. Because when you're testing, you're going to be nervous. What do you think happens to your singing speed when you're nervous? Yeah, so there's a clock right above the sink in the testing center. So you're going to use that clock because that's what they're using to time you. Remember in Florida, I told you that there are 2 RNs? You guys remember that? So let's say that, I haven't picked on you yet. Let's say that you're washing your hands at the beginning of the first skill. You go to the sink, you turn the water on, you get you wet your hands, you get your soap, and you bring your hands together. Evaluator number 2, standing over here. Evaluator number 1 is near the sink. They're watching what you're doing. Evaluator number 2 is standing way over here. They look at that clock, where the second hand is, they write it down. When you go from rubbing, right, when you stop rubbing and you go to your nails, they look at that second hand and they write that down. And if it's not 20 seconds in between the two, you failed hand washing. So that 20 seconds does not include the nails. That is just rubbing. just rubbing. For how long? At least 20 seconds. Now, this I want to talk about though, because this messes students up a lot. Don't shake or flick. The reason for that, we want to tap. We want the water to go straight into the sink. The reason for that is pathogens, which are all the bad guys, bacteria, fungi, viruses, all the bad guys. Pathogens need usually 3 things in an environment to thrive: warm, dark, moist. Now you're going to read a lesson on this. We talked about that earlier. You're going to read a lesson on this, but I'm going to shorten this up really quickly for you. Warm, dark, moist. Always be on the lookout for environments that are warm, dark, and moist. But that actually is the bathroom. The bathrooms are usually 2 or 3 degrees warmer than other environments because we don't like to be chilled when we get out of the shower. Bathrooms are usually dark. You were trained to turn the light off when you leave the bathroom. And we know bathrooms have pathogens. We take them there every day and drop them off. Okay. There's pathogens. There's E. coli and bacteria in the bathroom. When you do this and you add little bitty pockets of moisture all over that environment, it allows those pathogens to breed. And then you're going to walk through them and you're going to pick them up on your shoes. And you'll take them all over your environment and in your car and your home and everywhere else. Remember, these are pathogens that are bad enough to make somebody sick enough to not be in their home. You don't want those in yours. So by doing this, we're confining the water to one area, controlled area, the sink. Does that make sense? Good? Okay. So this is a screenshot of a lesson inside that online course that you guys are all going to get an invitation to. And this is how the lesson starts out. You're going to see a video that you can watch that explains everything that I talked about. And then you're going to get an interactive activity that looks like this. And we're going to do this together in class just to see if we got it. So you'll see there's 8 steps here. Out of these 8 steps, which step would come first? Okay, I hear knocking. Is there a step that might come before knocking? How do we know what to do with this patient? We're going to read the care plan first. So how do we know what to do with each patient? We're going to read that care plan. Now what do we want to do? Now we want to knock. What's next? Okay. What do we need to do before we tell them our name?
Identify.
Yeah, we need to know their name. Okay. So once we've identified them, then we want to tell them our name. Okay. Now that the introductions are out of the way, what else do they need to know? We need to explain the skill and get permission. Now what do you want to do? Close the curtain. Now what? Wash your hands. And then the last step would be getting your supplies. So once you get them all in the right order, you're going to hit check to see if we got it right. And we did. They're all green. Now, if we got any of these steps wrong, one of them would be in red. You would hit retry, and it's going to scramble all of them. You got to start all over.
So when we're taking the test at the exam site, do we read the care plan first or we not first?
Read the care plan first, always. Always read the care plan first.
That's going to be like outside the door?
They're going to hand it to you. It's going to be on here. So they're going to give this to you at the beginning of your test. They're going to read it to you. They're going to hand it to you, and it's all yours. So read it before you knock. Okay. In a clinical setting, it's going to be given to you during report. So you'll have a little report sheet. You'll make notes. So you'll know what to do with each patient. So does this make sense? Yeah. Do you see how it's an online program, but it can help you learn the steps of the skill in the right sequence? So this is included. I'm telling you that the students that attend the classroom and they do this, they get hundreds on the state exam. they get perfect scores. It will help you. All right, so now let's go
Is
to,
that the one that you can sign up with one of these on this for your?
you're
training?
going to get an email. I've
Email.
already signed you up. At 1 o'clock, you're going to get an email with an invitation to join. So you just click on it. Okay. All right, so every skill starts with the opening and ends with the closing. So the closing is going to be at the very end of every skill. All right, we haven't learned any skills yet. Those are in the middle. So this is the end, the way we end every skill. Now the closing is way longer. If you thought the opening was bad, the closing is way longer. So the opening, hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get my supplies. That's the opening. Easy peasy. The closing, however, sounds like this. Thank you very much, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Would you like a magazine before I go? Are you comfortable? Head of the bed? Adjusted okay? The bed is in the low position. Your environment is clean. Here's your call light. If you need anything, let me know. I'm going to open the curtain and go wash my hands. Document if necessary and wash my hands again. Because remember, our checklist says end skill with clean hands. So the very last action we take at the end of every skill is to wash our hands. But you can't document with dirty hands because that pen goes in your pocket. So you have to wash your hands before you document and after. Got it? Let's talk about all these other steps though. Man, there's a lot of them. It can, the closing really can be simplified into the C's. There's 8 C's of closing. You want to make sure your patient is in a clean and safe environment. And by the way, CNAs are responsible for making sure the environment is clean. Yes, we have housekeeping to help us with the big stuff, but ultimately, clean environments are all us. Okay, so look around. Is the environment clean, neat, safe? Is the bed in the lowest position? If the bed's too high and the patient tries to get out, they're going to fall. You want to make sure that they're comfortable, and the test actually needs to hear that word, comfortable. So you have to ask, are you comfortable? But comfort is more than just physical comfort. We need emotional comfort as well. Entertainment, distraction. So we're going to offer a magazine. That just shows that we understand emotional comfort as well. You want to make sure that the patient is covered. So clothing or sheet, doesn't matter, but we don't need to see those knobby knees. Make sure that they are covered. We want to give them their call light. I always tell them how to use it because they're probably medicated and sleep deprived. So here's your call light. If you need it, press the button and I'll come back. We're going to open that curtain. Now, it doesn't matter which way you do this. That curtain is dirty. Absolutely. So is the call light. Okay. They scratch what itches and they hit that call light. Call light is not clean. The sheets, not clean. So it doesn't matter what order you do all this in, as long as after it's all done, you go wash those cooties right off your hands. Another C. So the closing is all about the C's. Got it? And it's long. Oh, it's long. Thank you I always thank my patients. They're the reason I have a job. If there were no patients, why would we need you? I always thank my patients. Thank you, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Let me explain to you why I say that. Let's talk about a day in the life of. Okay, you've got 10 patients. You are running your little tail feathers off. I guarantee it. You are running. Now, the problem with this is that you're going to be focused on the skills that you have to do. It's only natural that you're focused on you. Where should your focus be? Yeah, but it's only natural to be on yourself. So you're thinking about all these skills you've got to do, all these steps that need to be done. So you're in a hurry. You're trying to get out of that room as fast as possible. And the patient knows that you've got a lot to do, and they're pretty nice people most of the time, and they're going to be trying to help you out a little bit, and they're not going to say anything. But the problem is that they have absolutely nothing to do. They're laying in that bed, nothing to distract them, and they get thirsty. And there's nothing to do. So all they're going to do is focus on the fact that they are thirsty. And they're going to try and wait and wait and wait and wait. And the more you try to not focus on something, what happens? The more you focus on it. Yeah. So eventually they're going to hit that call light. And you're down the hall working with another patient. Well, call lights can mean emergencies. So we've been trained that we answer call lights promptly. So you're going to stop what you're doing, wash your hands, go down the hall. How can I help you? What's going on? Oh, well, I'm thirsty. Can I have a drink? Sure. Let me get you some water. So you get water, you hand it to them. Okay, I'm going to go back and work with my patient. And this one says, okay, no problem. Thank you for the water. And you leave. Well, that water was ice cold. And it's cold in this setting. And now I'm freezing and I'm shivering. And I'm going to wait and I'm going to try not to concentrate on it. And yet it's going to be top of mind. And eventually they're going to hit that call light and they're going to say, I'm so sorry to bother you, but can I have a blanket? So you get them a blanket and you leave. And about 10 minutes later, they hit the call light and they go, I hate to bother you, but now I got to pee. This is nonstop. You will be doing nothing but running from call light to 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 call light. You can help this by taking 2 seconds at the end of every patient encounter and asking them heartfelt, is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Because if you ask it and you mean it, they will then ask you for water while you're there. Or can I have a blanket? If you take care of all of these needs while you're in the room, it will free you up while you're working with other patients. Does that make sense? That is the best time management tip I can give you. Don't be in a hurry to leave the room. Be in a hurry to take care of all of their needs to free you up when you do leave the room. Good? So that closing, one more time. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? The bed is low. Patient is covered. The environment is clean. Here's your call light. If you need anything, just press the button and I'll come back. I'm going to open the curtain, go wash my hands, document if necessary, and wash my hands again. That is our closing. Now, just like the opening, we had that sequencing activity. We have one on the closing as well. These are the 8 C's of the closing. I have a lesson on the closing as well. There's a video there that'll walk you through all of those steps. But this is not a sequencing activity because the order that you do this does not matter. Nobody cares what order you do, other than in, skill, with, clean hands. That's it. That's the only order that matters. The rest of it, nobody cares. Nobody cares. So this isn't an order problem. This is there's a lot of steps I got to remember problem. And that's what all of these are hot spots. So you just click on each one to know that you've got each step. Good. So the opening, the order matters. The closing, the order does not matter except end, skill, with, clean hands. Good. Questions? All right, we've already gone over hand washing. I showed you that. These are the step-by-step instructions right here. Remember, warm, dark, and moist. We're always looking for those particular environments. And when we're washing hands, these are the areas that are most frequently missed. The thumb, the webbing in between the thumb, in between your index and middle fingers, and the tips of the finger. We do really good with this. Okay, we get our palms really good. We always forget the tips. So when we're doing this, we want to circle our nails on the palm of our hand, and that cleans the bottom of our nails and the tips as well. Okay, so this actually came from the CDC. These are the areas that are most frequently missed. Remember, your faucet handles are not clean. So let me go. Let's see here. We talked about that. Okay, so this is our hand washing activity. So let's go through this really quickly. What is our first step here? Turn the water on. Okay. What's our next step? Wet hands. Next step. So rub. We need to rub. Yeah. Or lather all surfaces, and then we need to rub. Yep, sorry about that. We need to rub. Now what do we need to do?
Rinse.
Now we can rinse. Okay.
Turn water.
Turn water off. Oh, no. Let me go back.
Dry hand.
Yeah. Why isn't this a good one?
It may be wet.
Wet
Yeah,
paper towels
you
can rip.
break.
Yeah, wet paper towels can rip. So we're going to dry our hands, throw that paper towel away, and get a clean dry paper towel to turn that faucet off. All right. So each one of these lessons in the online program has an activity like this to go along with it to help you not just learn the steps, but learn the right order of the steps. This can help you before you come practice. Okay. Let's talk about simulations. I know I got 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere yet. Let's talk about simulations. So for the test, you have to physically go to the sink and wash your hands with soap and water in front of the evaluators at the beginning and the end of the first skill. So you get your first skill, you do your opening, you physically wash your hands. You do the skill, you do your closing, you physically wash your hands. After that, the evaluators are going to tell you can simulate hand washing. That just means say, I would wash my hands here. You don't physically have to go to the sink and wash. You're going to tell them when you would. This cuts down on your testing time. Allows you to get through the test a little quicker. Okay, good? Makes sense? So the evaluators are going to tell you when you can simulate. Do not simulate until they tell you to. But they will tell you to. So what I need you to know is when they tell you to simulate, it means say. It means say. Okay? Let's see here. Marley says, I have my test on Thursday. Best of luck to you. You're going to do great. Good vibes out to you. Okay, so indirect care we talked about a little bit. Remember indirect care, if you treat your patients the way you would want to be treated, if you were the one in the bed, you will get indirect care covered. This is the basis of all indirect care. Don't make them sicker than they already are. Treat them with respect. Be nice. That's indirect care. Remember, our testing checklists have indirect care built in, but these are some of the things that are going to affect how we are perceived by others. Things like eye contact, tone of voice, rate of speech, facial expression, body language, how much we explain to them, our posture, and our overall attitude. This is going to affect how your patients perceive you. So it does matter. Remember, you have chapter 1 homework in the yellow book. We're going to read pages 1 to 20, take the test in the white book on page 181, and grade it using the answer key on page 201. Okay. I have a CPR class coming up on Monday. Saturday. Saturday. It is not required for the class. It is not required for the test. It is required to work in most settings. I give you guys a break as long as you're enrolled in the class. I'm going to have one on Saturday. I will have one on week 4 Monday. If you take either one of those, it only costs you $45. If you take it after that, it's going to be $55. It's American Heart, BLS. Yep. You don't have to let me know that you're coming. Just show up that day. So this is a review sheet. Can you take one and pass it? This is a review sheet. It goes over everything that we went over in class. This is what it looks like. It's double-sided. As you can see, we've got the 3 principles we learned: skill rules, opening and closing. Those of you who are playing along at home, if you go to flcnatraining.com, you'll see these. You can download them and use them as well. They are free. Most everything I give away for free. I do this as a labor of love. I would suggest that you do these review sheets as we do them in class. If you do that, it makes a great review packet right before you go test. It's a great way to review everything that we've gone over in a quick, very quick way. Okay? So we will be back here on Wednesday. There we go. We will be back here on Wednesday at 9 a.m. Hopefully my technology will work. We'll see. If you have any questions, write them down. If you have any questions for right now, I'll take them. But if you have any questions when you're doing the reading or the homework or when you get home, write them down, bring them back to class with you on Wednesday. And don't bring your yellow book, but bring the spiral book. And I will see you on Wednesday.
What time's the CPR class on Saturday?
9 to 1. 9 to 1.
I can't make it on Wednesday. I have a pre-court thing.
That's
So when you send that link at 1 o'clock, I'll be able
It's-
to see how I take.
Yeah,
I
you
tried
can.
to take the second class, but I couldn't get to it.
If you go to
That's my homework.
yep,
Yeah, okay. I
you go
did
here,
Yeah.
flcnatraining.com.
Then
You
I'll
can
get it.
actually go live. You can see it live, and that's where the replays are too.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You'll also get an email from me, which we duplicate everything so that if you don't get in one place, you'll get it in another.
Thanks.